All right, good evening, folks. It's 6 o'clock. I appreciate that. I don't get a lot of feedback. It's like good morning and then good morning. Good evening, good evening. Thank you, ma'am. Well, you're a former principal. We'll let that go. Okay, I want to welcome everybody here. I want to remind you to please silence your cell phones. We all forget that from time to time. I probably need to check my own. Okay, so I'm going to call this meeting to order, and I'm going to ask Pastor Tanner Locke to come up to the podium here, and he is going to lead us in the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance from Officer Stephen Ellenis. Did I do that right? If everybody would please rise. Pastor?
Let's pray together. God, we love you, Lord, and Lord, I just want to ask a blessing over this meeting, Lord, over each person here that represents what they have going on in their life. Lord, I pray you would bless them. Lord, I pray that your peace and your grace and your kindness would rule during this meeting as we work through things, God, that your love would be evident in each of us. God, that we would know you one day. All of us in this room would know you deeply, Lord, as the purpose of our lives. God, I pray that everyone would walk in that, and I pray that this would go well and that your kindness would be here, Lord. We love you in your Son's name. Amen.
Amen. All right, officer, you will come up. Wait.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you all. Please be seated. Pastor, I want to thank you for being here tonight. It's been a little while since I've seen you. Pastor Locke is a father of 2 boys and a husband to his wife, Sandy. He works with students and families at West Hills Church. He is passionate about helping people to see the good news of the gospel of Jesus Christ. And I thank you for being here and thank you for your service for us, sir. Officer Stephen Ellenis led us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Officer Ellenis served in the Army Reserves in 2020, assigned to the 391st Engineering Battalion as a combat medic. He began working for the city of Villa Rica as a patrol officer in January of 2021. And my understanding is that after this meeting tonight, he will be in line to be our next K-9 officer. So would y'all give them a round of applause for me, please? Thank you for your service, sir. All right, we've got a full house tonight, and I've said that before, but it's never been quite this full. So I am interested to see what we're all here for, but there are a number of public hearings, and my guess is that has a number of those.
Before you get started,
yes, sir.
Ms. McPherson is joining us on the telephone. I just wanted to make sure that she could hear you and we can hear her.
Can you hear me, Ms. McPherson?
I can, and I've even been able to temporarily pull in the live stream. We'll see.
Wonderful. I think my understanding is that is possibly maybe 30 seconds delayed, just so you know, the actual video part. But you speaking will be on time. She's in Guatemala right now. Okay. As you all can see, those of you who've been here before, we've changed the setup a little bit, anticipating that we would have a few folks here. So we have asked our city manager to join us up here and the city attorney to join us up here. We happen to have 2 extra seats with Ms. McPherson out of the country. I want to do a little bit of housekeeping, which maybe I need to. Mr. Mecklin, I want to lay out a process for how we would handle the item we discussed earlier today, which is RA-01-23. Should I adopt the agenda before I move into that process?
I think it'd be appropriate for you to announce what your proposed change to the agenda is and then adopt the whole agenda as a whole.
So I'm going to have some discussion with council if it's necessary, but here is my thinking pursuant to the discussion from the work session earlier today. With regard to item RA-01-23, Punkintown Road at Highway 61, rezoning from AG to C2 and SFA, This item came before the council in May and there received its legally required public hearing. Earlier today, although a public hearing was not required, the council indicated that they would like to open back up the public the public hearing on that for a limited basis. And I'm going to propose that we add back a public hearing to that item on the regular agenda and allow for 15 minutes for each side, those for and those against this proposed rezoning. That is going to be what I am going to propose for this agenda. So, do I have a motion to adopt the agenda as presented and as amended?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Carter to adopt the agenda as presented and as amended, adding the limited public hearing to item B2, seconded by Ms. Marchman.
That item,
Oh, yeah.
you have one other to add?
I'm sorry. Let me go back. I do have another item I want to add to the agenda. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Where is it at, though?
It's up on your file.
Yes, this is it. Okay, where would I put this? Under community development? Let me go find community development. All right. Additionally, Mr. Carter, I would propose that we add a B10, which is the final plat for Rivershire Place Phase 1. Would you amend your motion to include that change?
I will do so, yes.
Ms. Marchman, would you amend your second to include that change?
Yes.
That is an affirmative. Okay, all in favor, I'm going to call, since we have someone on the phone. Ms. McPherson.
Aye.
Ms. McCoy.
Aye.
Mr. Carter.
Aye.
Ms. Marchman. Mr. Montahan.
Aye.
Ms. Marchman's going to throw me off. Okay, we now have an agenda, so we're going to move forward with public comment. So let me clarify public comment for those who haven't been here before. So we have a sign-up sheet, and I got 4 pages here. They're almost full. I've never had more than 1 page. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go through this list, and I'm going to give everybody on this list an opportunity to come up to this podium, give your name and address for the record, and then we're going to give you 3 minutes. The clerk will put 3 minutes up on the screen. If you are here for a public hearing tonight, you can wait until that public hearing in order to speak, or you can speak now. You can do both. When I get to your name, if you want to wait for the public hearing, let me know then. If not, then you're welcome to come on up and we'll recognize you for 3 minutes. All right. Typically, we do not engage back and forth. These are your 3 minutes. You get to get up there and say your piece, whatever that may be, for 3 minutes, and we won't interrupt you, and we'll let you have that whole time. We're going to ask you to keep your comments on a professional level. We will not accept comments that are considered by the chair to be of a personal attack on any individual or group of individuals. If you deviate from this protocol, you'll receive a warning from the chair. If you deviate a second time, you'll be leaving. Only one person speaking at a time, and please, no comments from the audience. Please be respectful to each other. This is your time. First person up, Dave LaFleur. Public hearing, right? Yes. Yes, sir. All right, Shirley Hillsman. Miss Hillsman, good to see you again. If you would come on up and give us your name and address for the record, we'll give you 3 minutes, ma'am. Pull that mic down if you would.
Okay,
Welcome.
okay. My name is Shirley Hill, as most of you know. I stay on 406 Darden Street here in Rica. And I'm here because I am protesting the sale of my land to make a highway for whoever needs it. I'm 80 years old, retired, and I don't want to move. I do not want to sell. I do not want none of this stuff that's going on. And I have tried to find out what was going on earlier where I could know how to proceed with it, and I couldn't get an answer, a straight answer from nobody. And now that they're trying to tell me that I'm going, just by saying about what I can hear, I'm gonna be put between the rock and the hard place. I'm gonna either have to sell for what they give me, which ain't gonna be enough to do what I need, or they gonna raise the tax and raise this and raise that. Now I can't stay there, so I still am outdoors. And I don't want no part of this. And I wanna know what I can do to stop you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, Aaron Boober. Come on up here, sir. Give us your name and address for the record, and we'll give you
My name's
three.
Aaron.
Yes, sir.
I live 1094 Dallas Highway. I'm going to read something real quick.
Okay.
The offering, giving, soliciting, or receiving any item of value as a means of influencing the action of an individual holding public or legal duty. In a zoning meeting, you turned around and asked this gentleman back here for something for your firehouse, and he offered you 1.5 acres for y'all's benefit. You didn't care what we had to say. You are literally sitting here taking bribes. The other job across over there by the interstate, your attorney and the office manager stood up and said, we have broke all 4 contracts, and we're going to continue to do it because either, Mayor, you're going to get your shiny new police department you want, or we're going to follow the contract, but you will not get both. I know how much the wall was, $150,000, because he told us. He told us he wasn't going to pay the $75,000 for the trees. He's not going to pay for the curbs. None of it, unless you either get your police department or you get that. So explain to me why you're taking bribes in our community where obviously nobody wants this shit. We don't want more people in our community. We like it the way it is. You know why everybody wants to come here? Because of the way we are here. But if you start cramming everybody and running us out of our homes, oh, by the way, they want to do it in these areas because they can rip us off, and then you give them a lottery ticket by stamping it and giving them 3 times the value of that property. 3 times is what that value goes up. But the hell with the rest of us. You want to do it in the middle of subdivisions. You just want to pick, that guy can do it because he gave me $20,000. About 1.5 acres of property is about what it's worth. He's giving me $20,000. I'm going to give it to him. You just brought up, well, he's got his legal stuff in order now. What the hell does that mean? We all don't want this here. We don't want the people, the crime. You want to, how about take that money and give these guys more money? Maybe then they're not going to be stressed out here taking it out on us on the streets. You're supposed to be in charge of our assets, doing what we, the people, want. You don't own part. If you live in Rica, then you have 1% of whatever many people live. We all have 1% of what's owned here. You don't have the right to put money in your pocket, give extra money to the police, give extra money to the fire department, give extra money to police us, and put money in your pocket and give you a better resume. Because that's what it does. You can say you came into a small little hick town, demolished it, ran it up into this big old fancy place like Macon or Atlanta, and you can go, see, I did that, and carry on. And leave us all with the fact that we don't know our neighbors anymore. Nobody can trust their neighbor. We're getting ripped off in the whole 9 yards. So explain to me why you thought taking a bribe. I have federal and state law. That is a bribe. And you took it to influence you to do this. And you're still trying to push it on us.
That's enough. Go sit down. All right, folks. Listen, I'm going to say it one more time. We're not going to be disrespectful in here.
It's disrespectful to
Sir,
us.
don't speak again. All right, I'm asking you all to maintain some order, okay? This is being broadcast, and we need to be appropriate, okay? We have children here. We have people who watch these presentations. I'm going to ask you all to please use your good behavior here today, okay? All right, Alan Whitley.
Well, might as well.
Come on up.
I'm not sure how to follow that, but I am good.
Mr. Whitley, give us your name and address for the record, sir.
I'm Alan Whitley. I live 9765 Spyglass Drive in Mirror Lake. So, Listen, I want to say, first of all, that I do very much appreciate our mayor and our city council. I know how hard you work for us to try to make a good town. And so everything that I have to say is in the spirit of that. And I just, there's quite a sort of an uproar on both sides about the improvement on Punkintown Road. I think it was determined some time ago that Punkintown is old, it's out of date, it's dangerous. I know that has been sort of proven. And then there's been this business around how we correct that, how we make it better. And when I was coming here tonight, I was thinking, okay, what's the real main point that I'd like to make? And that point is that growth is good. Growth is good. Smart growth is good. But growth at the expense of the quality of life of the residents that you are, working for is less good, especially ambitious growth. Now, I know that I don't claim to know every nuance of how things are working or what has been agreed upon, but I know that there's a tax allocation district that is to pay for this, and I know that that's on the heels of several years ago the city wanted to do Punkintown Road, right? And that probably would have implicated or created some implications around the traffic that could go through there. So I'll say plain and simple, a lot of my motivation here, and I think a lot of the motivation for people in Mirror Lake, is that we believe that there's going to be quite an increase in noise and just general activity if the plan that we're looking at goes through a lot. And Mr. Mayor, I don't know if you still have a plan to be able to keep big trucks out of there, but if Punkintown goes through, gets sufficiently big, trucks are going to try to come through. And I know there's the Eastern Bypass as well. So these are my concerns, and I'm really asking you all to consider the fact that growth is desirable. But if you kill what was already good in place, and Mirror Lake is not the only tax base in town, I know that, but it's a chunk. And so I think we need to be really, really careful of voting for growth all down through there, even if it does create revenue. And I know we need revenue, but we have to be careful not to kill the things that have made this a very good place to live. I mean, the growth has been good. Villa Rica is a really nice place. I remember when we came here 20 years ago, 23 years ago, it was very much, to us anyway, sort of a little one-horse town, and now it's just a really thriving community. So I would hate to see that go away, and I'm afraid that some of the plan around Punkintown might make that happen. So those are my concerns.
Thank you, sir. All right, Pamela White. Come on up here, ma'am. If you would give us your name and address for the record. Just
Good
adjust
evening.
that mic.
Yes,
Thank you,
Pamela
ma'am.
White, 21 Summer Court. Now that we've been informed about the plan to build a road through the Darden Street community, is there a timeline for completion of this project, or can you give an estimated timeline? Is it in the city's plans to help assist the longtime residents of Darden Streets with relocating in affordable housing? And if their homes are paid for, will they be located in housing with no mortgage? Because it would be totally unfair to move someone from a place that they've worked so hard over the years to pay for a home to be relocated and then to have to start over with the mortgage. That would be totally unfair to the people. And also, is there a plan with a footprint or map to show exactly where the road will go? And is the city aware that when people are not made aware and things are just thrown on them, just all of a sudden, you hear nothing about it? When you try to get information, no one tells you about it. And as it was said before, and you're put between a rock and a hard place, is the city aware that that's a form of gentrification?
All right, thank you, ma'am. I'm going to try to answer these couple of questions here. It may help to reduce the number of people who need to speak. I don't know if it will or not. There is not a timeline. I'm going to try to answer the questions that you gave per se right now. This is a fluid process, and the path for the road is not decided either. In fact, after you all had your meeting last Thursday, we went back to the engineers and asked them to begin to look, and if you could go back and listen to the work session earlier today, you'll get a little bit more detail on this process. We're looking at how we can put that road through there and impact the least number of parcels as possible. But what I have assured Ms. Marchman and anybody else who has talked to me, including the city manager, is that those who are in that path, who will be displaced, we will do everything we can to make sure that they get as fair a treatment as they possibly can get. But we are not there yet. I'm not even sure how many parcels this will be. This could be 2 to 4 parcels. It could be less. It could be a few more. I just don't know yet. We really are a little too far ahead of this. This really is the time when we now know that we're going to put a road there for us to be having these early conversations. This really is early. It may not feel like it because there's so much been going on before, but we didn't know for sure that this road would ever go through there. Now we're confident that it will, and so I don't think that we're late to the table. I think that we're early, and getting there last Thursday was part of that. So I hope that helps. And I don't know if it will or not, but I'm trying to be as helpful as I can here. All right, the next one up is Ryan Clark. Mr. Clark, come on up here and give us your name and address for the record.
Good evening. I'm Ryan Clark, 163 Stockmar Road. I wanted to speak to you guys about the rezoning of agricultural land for multifamily or single-family attached, and the commercial plot that they're looking at there. First, in the city zone report that was provided to the council in May, it was stated that the developer was highly reliant on a TAD to be able to fund the infrastructure. That TAD has come and gone, and this property is not included in it. What's the city's answer for that? Secondly, on your agenda packet for this evening, page 99, it says that there has been no public opposition. I think the public opposition's here. I was in contact with the developer's team about a year ago, and from the very onset, I was told, quote, "The city wants this. The city wants this." And my question is, when did the board that sits before all of us become the city, and we're not the city? Agricultural land is not the place for a rental development. Everybody that's in that area is there because they like the quiet nature of the area, and we're just turning Villa Rica upside down. I mean, we have 3,788, I believe, residential units that are already approved within the city of Villa Rica, not to mention these additional 120. Almost 4,000 units already approved, and our water bill keeps going up. We hear about our infrastructure can't keep up, and that's why, and I understand it's been kicked the ball, and it may not be the fault of anybody that's sitting up there today, but we can't keep kicking the ball, and we can't keep making the situation worse. And the last thing I'm going to say is, the second gentleman said, development is good, growth is good, and I'll agree with that. But Mr. Mayor, in the May meeting, you said that if there's land available for sale, and a developer wants to buy it, we're going to develop it. That's not responsible growth. Thank you,
And that's
guys.
also not what I said. Are you finished?
Yep.
All right. What I said was that if people have land for sale and a developer buys it, he is going to move forward with developing it. If you want to stop the growth, stop selling the land. That's what I said, sir. No. If he, all right, I'm not going to get into that. All right. Let's move on to Fred Molnar. Thanks, Fred. All right, Peg Taylor. Come on up, Miss Taylor. Give us your name and address for the record.
Peg Taylor, 2120 Osprey Cove. I basically want to repeat what Alan Whitley said. My main concern is Pumpkintown Road, and just how it gets really bad as far as just damage to the road. And so that's my main concern, just the traffic.
All right, thank you, Peg. All right, next is Walter, I believe it's H-E-I-R-E, is that right? Walter Heyer, sir? If you would come on up. Give us your name and address for the record, sir.
Yeah, evening. I'm Walter Heine. I live at 2520 Shoreline Parkway here in Villa Rica. And again, like Mr. Woodley was saying, you know, I'm completely on board with what he's talking about. My concern is when I look at Punkintown Road, the way the road is being planned, the way you plan on expanding it, maintaining it, the amount of traffic that's going to come through there and commercial traffic that's going to piggyback on top of that, I think is going to give us a situation out there where you're not going to have sustainable traffic and do it safely. Okay, right now, I just try to turn into Shoreline Parkway off Punkintown Road, make a left turn. You know, the deceleration lane coming from I-20, making a right turn. That gets really interesting too when you've got a semi that's not supposed to be there 10 feet off your back. Okay, we've had accidents. We'll have more. So you have to have a sustainable growth plan, but it has to be done safely, it has to be done logically, and it has to be done with a clear vision. Because like some people are saying already, what's happening to the community? If I wanted to live in Macon, I'd have moved to Macon. Or if I want to move to Atlanta, I'll move to Atlanta. I moved to Villa Rica because I didn't want to move there. Okay. Additionally, on the infrastructure, as you plan on bringing more properties, more development, what are you going to do with the police force? How are you going to manage that? Is there money in the budget to expand the police force to manage that so that we have that safe, the emphasis is safe sense of community that we don't have, or that we should have? So I haven't seen anything. You know, and I don't know if you've thought about it. I'm hoping you have. And hopefully it'll get out there so that we have a better idea of what the plan is. Because right now, you know, when I look at the way the information is disseminated, I don't see a logical, cohesive plan. I don't see good flow of information, good communication back and forth. It's all kind of like bits and pieces. Maybe that's my fault for not finding it the way I should on the internet or whatever. But I think it could be done better. Because right now, one of the big gaps we have is the communication gap coming from here to here. Okay? So we are all in this together, like it or not. We're all in this together. And we got to pull together and make this work. But it's got to be done logically. It's got to be done safely. It's got to be sustainable, and it's got to be environmentally friendly. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, Mike Lee.
Hey, how you doing?
Hello.
Hey, I'm Mike Leahy, 2749 Nautical Way. I scribbled that because there was such a line behind me.
Good.
Real quick, I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge this is the greatest country in the world.
It is.
We are standing here debating. Some people aren't happy, some people are, what we're trying to prove and what we're trying to do. With that being said, I'm not going to beat anybody up, but everybody's talking about Punkintown Road. The reason why I'm here today is I live in Mirror Lake, and I'm going to give you an example. Today is the example that I came up here. Traffic being worked on where the new car wash is. Somebody had that one lane blocked. From my house behind Publix in Mirror Lake, right there at the Dollar General, 14 minutes to go from that stop sign to the red light. Took me 14 minutes. And that scares me. Because now you're going to build this and it's going to have 110 townhomes. 110 townhomes means 220 cars because nobody's one single car anymore. Hardly. So now you're going to put 210 more cars pulling out on Punkintown Road. Where? It's a 2-lane road. And I am one of those people that have had, God bless, my wife was in her tank. We got hit almost head on Punkintown Road. Driving toward the new Dollar General, somebody pulled out where that hospital is. There was nowhere for my wife to go. We had to hit her because you can't go in the ditch because it goes on both sides. That's my concern. I also want to say, I moved here when I graduated from high school. I moved here when the police chief, he was one of my fraternity brothers. We moved here, and long story short, I used to say, Villa Rica. People go, Mike, why you live in Villa Rica? And I used to say, it's the best kept secret on the planet. I was supposed to live in Villa Rica for 5 years. My house is now paid for. My wife said, we ain't leaving. I said, we paid it off. This is the first year that I've ever had to call the police in the 26 years I've been here in my neighborhood. 26 years. And it was that gentleman over there came and fixed the problem. 26 years I've never had to call the police. But there was crime, and it scares me. I'm older. I'm not 60 or 70, but I'm 56, and I'm getting older. I'm a little nervous for my wife to walk out and walk the dog up and down the street now. All that garbage where the people, it's not garbage, but how they got the Dollar General, that gym and all that, there's crime right there. I go into the Dollar General and these people know me. Hey, Mike, how you doing? What's going on? Well, we got shoplifting robbed today. That scares me. So those two things scare me. And I love y'all.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Peggy Mitchum. Is there Peggy Mitchum here? Oh, you want to wait or do something different? Okay. Tammy Jefferson. Come on up here, ma'am.
My name is Tammy Jefferson. I'm here for 392 Darden Street. As a third-generation descendant of Tommy and Mattie Pritchett, my grandfather worked at Banning Yard Mills at a time when blacks were not allowed to even go into any establishment. I'm sorry.
Take your time.
Unless it was through the back door. Yet he was able to buy land and build a home for his family. This land holds historical significance as it has been in our family for 5 generations and counting, serving as a reminder of our grandparents' hard work and dedication. Destroying this heritage for a road would erase that importance. Our family has deep roots within that local community, and it serves as a gathering place for family events, celebrations, and this is our place of peace. I'm sorry. But this hits home, because this has been my home for 54 years. No matter where I have lived, I've always been able to come back here. Building a road would disrupt our family's sense of belonging and also impact the wider community, causing lots of significant cultural and social space. It is worth exploring alternate routes for this road that would not involve encroaching on our family's property and destroying one of the few remaining local communities where the descendants are those of the original homeowners. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Polly Oliver. That's fine. Come on up.
Polly Oliver, 2511 Shoreline Parkway. There are most of the things that have already been said tonight. I could sit here and say them again, but I won't. There are a couple of things, though, that I do want to hit on. I mean, this lady before me broke my heart. I can't imagine what it would do to me if somebody said they're going to take my grandparents' property, my great-grandparents' property. You know, that's still intact. It's not here. But here is home to me. And I moved here because I moved where Barrett Parkway was coming through. And I see the same issues here that were there before they started Barrett Parkway in Cobb County. So I'm afraid 10 years down the road, we're just going to be another Barrett Parkway. I'm sorry, Tom, you know I love you, but it's just going to be another Barrett Parkway corridor to I-20 like Barrett Parkway is to 75. Also, you can't move truck traffic from downtown to make it walkable if you're going to move it somewhere that's probably going to have trucks in a residential area, that is going to impact the walkability of people that, like Leslie, that walks all over the city of Villa Rica. We can't control the trucks coming down Punkintown now. Punkintown is already dangerous. And I've not seen any plans to change Punkintown that is really going to affect what I see as the new bills coming in. There's still another 550, a little more than that, houses to be built in Mirror Lake. You're adding 1,100 townhomes at Stockmar. I just see it as being a crunch. I-20 can't handle the traffic now that's coming this way. I mean, try to get off between 5 and 6 o'clock and come home now. And it's just where it's backed way up I-20. I'm not seeing, as Michael Young said during the work session today, really any serious rationale behind why we need the spur. There are many of us in the room that fought it 10, 12 years ago, however long it was. And I'm not seeing anything other than to bring traffic, if not down Punkintown, then down Stockmar to Mirror Lake Parkway. And I just think that is going to dramatically increase the traffic in that entire area. I think it's going to impact the value of the homes, impact the historical values by doing a spur. And I would just ask if the city could take another option, or maybe not go after so many different types of rental properties and continue to turn agricultural property into home developments, commercial developments, because we don't eat without that agricultural property. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Marshall Smith. Yes, sir. Sir, that is only for the public hearing. At this time, I'll take as many 3 minutes as people come up.
Well, am I going to have 3 minutes or am I going to have 15?
The whole of the hearing will be 15 minutes on each side. So if you want to go ahead and do it, come on up here.
I don't think there's any secrets in the background now.
No, sir. Come on up here. Just give us your name and address for the record.
Marshall Smith, 9636 Coastal Point Drive, Villa Rica. I come up here today because we're looking at nothing less than a complete swap of what we've got right now for a high-density town with no infrastructure to support even what we've got now. Ask about the water sewer. We've got tremendous problems. I've been here for 23 years. They were talking about that the first city council I ever came to, and nothing's been done. Transparency, I guess, is just a thing of the past. This administration has been the most untransparent administration I have ever seen. They will do anything to push whatever it needs on their agenda. That is my opinion, and I'm only expressing my opinion from what I see day to day. If they had listened when we had public meetings at the library about Punkintown Road, if they had listened to all the problems we had there, maybe we wouldn't have this meeting right here. But no, they didn't listen. They just caused them to set up, grind in, and again, we're here for the same thing, basic same thing that's been going on since the 60s, I understand. Now, we've got, is this controlled growth? And I believe that was one of your things that you, responsible growth, controlled growth, and I believe that came from another member of the administration here. We don't have it. It's not. Everything is, if it's single family, it's attached. Have you seen any permits for a house or a housing development here? Anywhere. Anywhere. Now this, what they're going to develop, what they want is, and I've heard this said before the meeting, more units. Don't care what's built on it. The only thing we're concerned about is more units. And I don't want to refresh anybody's memory because I'm not here to do that. But that was said at a public meeting. We care about what the units are involved here. We care about what's on the land that we give up in Villa Rica. We care about increased taxes, which we're headed dead that way. We've already got the TAD. I don't know. Fuqua did not even have the money to develop the land to put that development on. So we established a TAD to give them some break, a tax relief. Now, I've only got 20 more seconds to go, but I could talk a while. Everybody here is familiar with what we got as far as traffic, water, and sewer problems in Villa Rica. Everybody. What's being done about it? Nothing. Have you seen any new roads laid out? Have you seen any widened roads?
All right, thank you, Marshall.
You're welcome.
All right, Greg Roberts. Mr. Roberts, give us your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Mayor, Council.
Yes, sir.
Greg Roberts, 2142 Birkdale Street. I actually was going to pass, but I just wanted to piggyback off of that gentleman. He's exactly right. There were comments made at the public hearing at the library last summer that indicated that there was a push. I went home and told the wife, and she said, "What does that mean?" I said, "Now, when we pass some of the new developments," I said, "that's what they were talking about. They were it wasn't you, but somebody up here did make the comment that they just needed to get things coming out of the ground, and there was an association." Then I heard it said today, that sort of took me by surprise a little bit, that it would be worth $50 million just to keep the city of Villa Rica on its own water supply. Now, it's not that I disagree with that, because I don't have enough information to disagree with that, but that was a pretty big number just thrown out there when the comment was insinuated at the library last summer that we needed to do something to be able to generate the funds to fix this water and sewer issue. So it sounds like there's a bigger issue that this body is trying to deal with, but one thing we all know in our own home, if I want a Rolls Royce, the way to get it is not to go buy and finance a new Mack chassis, because that's going to probably cost as much as the Rolls Royce. And so you can't spin your way out of an issue. I think there are other ways to fix this water and sewer issue. I just think we're avoiding it. But I'm not saying you're not avoiding it for good reason. I don't know the reasons, I'll admit. But it sounds like if you're talking $50–70 million to just say you have your own water authority, that's a big ticket considering everything else we're talking about. And I think there are other options between Douglas and Carroll County to help the city of Villa Rica stay afloat with that water and sewer issue. If I've missed something, I apologize. I do appreciate what you guys do. It's hard serving people. It's very hard. And I appreciate what you do. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Cheryl Bell.
Change the subject a minute.
If you would,
I'm not here to talk.
would you give us your name and address for the record?
Cheryl Bell, 232 Wentworth Circle.
Yes, ma'am.
Our new library manager is doing a great job at the library. The library stats are growing. We have over 42,000 patrons. We've been visited 47,000 times last year. We have over 1,000 kids, teens, and adults in our summer reading program this year. Our new library has been open for 6 years without a PA system, is what I'm here to talk about. With the rise in shootings across the country, we are concerned about having an intercom system in place for safety issues, which can also include weather alerts and fire. And an intercom system goes a long way in everyday operations to remind patrons ahead of time that the library is closing, so that students can arrange for pickups and staff can leave on time. Sometimes, they can't leave because somebody forgot it was time for the library to close and they just not calling their mom or whatever. I
I know the manager's request for a PA system was priced earlier this year. I know it's expensive. I know the city wants to put it on next year's budget, not this year's budget. Wait, next year's budget. Oh, well.
Our budget runs from October to
So
September.
you're gonna put it on the budget for this October?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that. This is very hard for me not to talk. Please keep
Okay,
going.
well-
We'll get back to it.
I am asking that it be considered for this year's upcoming budget.
I
Because
hear
if
you.
we don't get it on this year's budget, then we won't get it until the end of next year when the next budget is decided. We may not get it to 2026. And it's very important. Let's not wait until an emergency happens. Let's be proactive.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You know, I'm trying as hard as I can to get through these. I apologize. There's so many things that I really feel like get missed, and I'll try to do what I can when we're done. But I understand there are 20 more people waiting outside that have signed up to speak as well. So Faye Henderson. Thank you, ma'am. All right, Day Foster. Come on up here, please. If you would give us your name and address for the record, we'll give you 3 minutes.
I'm Day, and I'm here for 392 Darden Street. It's a lot of emotions that come with everything that's happening, so I tried to summarize it. To me, it's like the city always claims how, you know, they're about the people and they're trying to make the city better for everyone. But right now, who is everyone? Because for me, it's not us. They've started knocking down old buildings and putting up new ones to make money, not to help. The new buildings come with requirements to meet, and they're overpriced for the ones that used to stay in the area. The city only cares right now, to me, seems like coins. They're not about the people that are here. We are the people that help Villa Rica become what it is today. Past generations, these generations now, like, we are the people of Villa Rica. There are families that have lived here for generations, and this is all they know. And it doesn't seem like the city cares about that. They want to tear down our community to make it more convenient for them to build. They want to tear down our community to bring in more money. The city seems like it's for themselves and not for the people. So for anyone that thinks the city has the best interest, for me right now, they don't. To me, Darden Street is not just a house. It's not just a street. It's home. It's my safe spot. It's our comfort zone. It is a judge-free area. It is where love resides. It is where families come together and escape the worries of the outside world. It is our connection to all generations that grew up here. It is where we were raised and where some has passed. For me, it is home. So to you, it may be nothing, but when I need a smile, when I need to cry, when I need stress release, when I simply just need to breathe, Darden Street is where I come. As a family, we've been through so much. And no matter what, Darden Street, we come back together and all you feel is love. I have children. My youngest baby girl over there have never met some of the people that has passed away. But you would never know, because when you go to Darden Street, they're still around us in so many different ways. So for you, it may seem like a simple solution. For us, it's not. Our family have worked very hard to have something to pass down to the next generation. And it feels like you just want to snatch away like it's nothing. To you, it might be nothing. But for me, it's everything. And for that, I will be at every meeting and I will fight for what is rightfully ours, because we are Darden Street.
All right. Thank you. Janet Howman. Janet, you'll give us your name and address for the record?
Janet Howman, 44 Maple Valley Drive. I'm not going to repeat a lot of things that all the other people have said. There is a lot of emotion here tonight. I don't know if it's possible to put a moratorium on new developments right now, but I just personally feel like we're putting the horse before the cart, and we're, with all these new developments, we're trying to catch up and trying to figure out if we can have enough sewer development, have enough water, to meet the needs of these developments and everything. And I guess what I'm more interested in is we have yet to see the completion of the Fuqua project, and that's got 400-some units, which if you even think about maybe 2 people per unit, that's going to put 800 more cars on the road. And I'd kind of like to see how that develops before we, start, just developing other projects. And for the record, I am against RA 0123. I don't want to have the agricultural rezoned. I think that's very important to keep it agriculture. And I just think that a lot of the development that's happening right now is really not in the best interests of the people, because we're displacing a lot of people, obviously. And I think we just need to step back a little bit and reevaluate exactly where we are and go forward from there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Demita Pritchett? Give us your name and address for the record.
My name is Demita Pritchett. My address is 2502 Sonoma Valley, so I live in the Mirror Lake area. But I am here to speak for my family on Darden Street. Just to let you know, we're not giving up without a fight. You're not coming to take my family home, my family land. My grandmother died in that house, and you want to come take it to build a road to make it easier for people in Mirror Lake to get to downtown Villa Rica. Yesterday, I spent all afternoon driving all routes from Villa Rica to downtown Villa Rica, from Mirror Lake to downtown Villa Rica, when there's a train on the track. It added a 3 to 5 minute time to that drive. So for 3 to 5 minutes, you want my family to give up their house. Don't be anti-Robin Hood. You're taking from the poor to give to the rich. I'm telling you now, I don't care if it takes the last penny I have in my bank account, I'm going to fight this. I know it doesn't mean anything to you because you're only thinking about dollars and the growth. People are leaving Atlanta to come here. Those people that came here from Atlanta, they're just going to leave because you're making it just like Atlanta. They left Atlanta to get away from Atlanta, and you're trying to make Villa Rica another Atlanta. I had an opportunity to leave Villa Rica to go and buy a house in Atlanta to be closer to work. But because of the values I have gained from being in Villa Rica, I decided to stay. So I know it doesn't mean much, and I know you're going to get more people with emotions, but don't let the money be the only deciding factor when it comes to displacing people. My mom lives in that house. She's on Social Security. She can't even afford to move to those new apartments because she has to make $40,000. Social Security, she's not making it. So don't let the dollar be the only defining factor. The root of all, money is the root of all evil. So I hope you remember that when you are making your decision to displace people. I asked the city manager Thursday, I was like, is most people that are affected by this plan, predominantly the black neighborhood? He didn't blink, he said yes, and this is going to happen. He said, if you don't get together with your community, I'm going to make the decision for you. How can he make the decision for our community? My mom, that house has been here 70 plus years, but he comes in and thinks he can make the decision for us? That's not going to happen, not on my watch. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. D. Ajayla Thompson. Say that again? D. Okay. That makes it easier for me. If you'll come up and just give us your name and address for the record, we'll give you 3 minutes.
Okay.
right,
My
folks,
name is
quiet
Dee
down.
Thompson. I'm at 100 Woods Walk, Hawthorne at Mirror Lake. I'm here to also speak a little bit about 392 Darden Street. My name is Deaudrey Thompson, but most people know me as Dee. I graduated high school in 2014 and went on to graduate from the University of Alabama in 2018. So sorry to any dog fans in here today. I currently reside in Mirror Lake with my fiance and 2-year-old son. He's back there somewhere. I really enjoy living in the city of Villa Rica because not only is it quaint and kid-friendly, but it also is a very diverse community. Villa Rica is a place where everyone can come together for events like car shows, performances, fireworks, and Little League football, and have a great time together no matter what race they are. It's a city where people greet and acknowledge one another and go to church on Sundays. It's a safe place and peaceful, and I think that's something to be proud of in today's climate. Villa Rica really is a hidden gem, but the greatest thing I love about this city is how family-oriented it is. I am now a Delta flight attendant, and as much as I love my job, it requires me to travel a lot, and I miss out on many memories with my family, which has been one of the hardest battles for me. My fiance is a firefighter, and both of our careers require us to be gone at various times, sometimes at the same time. In saying that, I'm sure we have all heard the saying, it takes a village. In our case, it definitely does. We would not be able to fulfill the careers we love without my grandma, Dale Pritchett, taking care of our 2-year-old at 392 Darden Street while we are gone, or other family members coming down there to help out and keep our toddler entertained while we are away. It gets lonely, and I spend a lot of time by myself. One of the biggest things that really keeps me going in this career is knowing that I have my grandma's house to come back to when I get home from trips. The airline industry is constantly changing, and life can be very fast and fast-paced, and it's one of the only things in my life that remains the same. It brings me fulfillment, comfort, and love just sitting down there. I can remember all of my family members and the times we've had being at that house. That house is not just a place to stay for me. It's a memory of the ones we didn't want to say goodbye to, but God had other plans. 392 Darden Street reminds us of our loved ones. We feel close to them in that home. I lived in California for a majority of my life, and I remember crying every summer because I had to leave the city of Villa Rica and go back home. That house is what holds our family together. It's our glue. It's a safe space and a place you can always go to knowing that you will be embraced and feel so much love. Family is everything to us. That house is everything to us. You wouldn't just be taking away a piece of property. You would be taking away years and years of generational memories. You would be taking away so many memories with the ones we've lost. You would be changing the one thing we've always known in our lives. We are Darden Street. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Lewis Powell. Come on up here, sir. Give us your name and address for the record.
Hi there, I'm Lewis Powell. I'm speaking for Darden Street as well. I am a citizen of Villa Rica. I am a graduate of Villa Rica High School 2020. I am also a member within this community. Unfortunately, you're taking away a branch of that community within us, as well as, sorry, I'm feeling a lot of emotions at the moment. I don't see the benefit in this road. Unfortunately, I have also driven multiple routes through Villa Rica, through Mirror Lake, through 20. The problem will not leave if you do not find an alternate route. The truck traffic, the overall increase in our population within our city is a rampant problem, as well as a rampant growth, because it does not benefit towards us as the people. Unfortunately, I do not know much of the project, but when it did come to my attention, I also called in the secretary. He did not give me much of a resolve or any type of clarity to our problem. Right now, I'm speaking to you as someone who works within the city, as someone who sees the factor you are trying to resolve, but I don't want you to take away our home. I am the 4th generation who grew up within the town, who's seen the constant changes, who's seen practically grew up here just about. My mother grew up in that home. My grandmother, Peggy Mitchum, grew up in that home. My grandmother died in that home. So many memories are, if this project do go through, being stripped away from me as someone who is also planning on moving to Villa Rica. I am right now a engineering major, and I do plan on contributing to our community. I don't see it as much of a contribution if you're being I don't see much of it improving us as a city, as the people, to strip that whole factor away to us. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Renee McLeod.
My name is Renee McLeod. I live at 2572 Grayton Loop, Villa Rica, Georgia. I have lived in Douglas County since 1998 with my son, and I'm a veteran. I'm living my dream with my dream home in Mirror Lake, and it's a blessing. I have retired. There's a lot going on that make my situation trivial to stand here and talk about. But it is about the uncontrolled growth versus controlled growth. I have come to love Villa Rica. You guys have a beautiful city. I've lived in Douglas County since I've been here since 1998. I worked in the Douglas County school system. I raised a son who graduated from Douglas County High and went up to the University of Dahlonega. I'm nervous, but where I'm going here is that you guys, you gentlemen and ladies, are the ones that stand between us and our heart's desires. You have the control of the developers. Developers are not here for our interests, every person in this room, but for their own. We place you here. Please serve us as we have placed you. That's all I'd like to say.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Marshall Phipps. Is Marshall here? All right. Dr. Reginald Eppinger, sir. If you would come up and give us your name and address for the record.
Reginald Eppinger, 40 Flat Rock Drive, Villa Rica. Mr. Chair, members of the board, I just want to say that I'm not against progress, but I am for people. I'm not against roads, but I am for residents. It would be my hope and my prayer that the gentrification would swing toward a majority of all and not a minority of a, say, y'all. I worked a secular job for more than 20 years at the Georgia Department of Transportation, and we never built a road without first doing an impact study. So it's my hope that you all would do an in-depth impact study, because to bring the road through Darden Street would not just impact the residents, it might possibly decimate them. So I'm hoping that you will give a lot of consideration and a lot of research to the proposed road, and I just feel that you will do the right thing in taking care of the people who have elected you to the sworn offices that you have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Mantressa Walker. Mantressa Walker. Okay. Robin. Now, it is possible. Would you open that door for the lieutenant? Lieutenant Mantressa Walker. Is there somebody out there named Mantressa Walker?
Mantressa Walker.
Let me go ahead and see if Robin
That's it.
Okay. Ma'am, if you'll give us your name and address for the record.
My name is Mantressa Walker. I live at 520 Amelia Court, Villa Rica. And I am here on the public comment to speak about Liberty Point subdivision. A few weeks ago, we received a letter, and we, as in the homeowners, received a letter from my developer to all of the homeowners in the subdivision. And it indicated that the city of Villa Rica directed, which is their company, Liberty Point Custom Homes LLC, to complete an extensive number of improvements to the amenities such as trees, the sidewalk on Connors on the side of the subdivision. The developer indicated that he was not responsible legally or financially to pay for these improvements, and that it was the responsibility of the HOA, and that he's never owned the pool, tennis courts, clubhouse, or other amenities. All the homeowners on that letter were asked to vote on imposing an assessment from each homeowner, which we did not do that. The homeowner should not be held liable for improvements that the city of Villa Rica have requested for the developer to complete. As a first-time home buyer, I imagine my experience would be filled with joy and excitement, but with all of the issues that we as the homeowners have experienced, my experience has been ruined with this process. We as the homeowners of Liberty Point subdivision, and they're all out there, would love to see the improvements that we should have as we live there and we see the things that are not being taken care of within our subdivision. And that's it.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Let me say, because you weren't in here, there is a public hearing on that particular item later on in the meeting. That's not what this is. This is the original public comments. You're welcome to leave it there, or you may remain after.
I will remain, yes.
Okay,
Right,
thank you. Would you see if Marshall Phipps is out there? Marshall Phipps. All right, Robin Phillington.
Where Mr. Phipps is waiting for the hearing.
Okay, Tiara Jackson.
Waiting for the hearing.
Sharon Burke.
Sharon Burke.
Emma Cosby.
Emma Cosby.
Hello, ma'am.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good. Would you give us your name and address for the
My
record?
name is Emma Cosby. I'm 382 Darden Street, Villa Rica.
Yes, ma'am. We'll give you
And
3
this is
minutes.
my son, Amin Cosby, at 382 Darden Street, Villa Rica.
Yes, ma'am. All right,
Okay,
go ahead.
my father died in that house, okay? I was raised up in that house. My children were raised up in that house. His children were raised up in that house. And I still have a 15 and a 16-year-old raised up in that house. Everybody there in Darden Street, all us is very close community. Anything go down, we all there to pull for each other. So we just trying to speak up for Darden Street. I know you got a lot of people in here talking about Darden Street, Darden Street, Darden Street. That's home. It's home.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that's what I want y'all to know. Please think about it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right.
All
Thank
right.
you. Carolyn Boykin. Tamika Boykin. Harry and Andrea Lewis. Okay. Ma'am, if you would, give us your name and address for the record.
Sure. My name is Tamika Boykin.
Yes, ma'am.
I live at 201 Edge Road. I'm here on behalf of 402 Darden Street, sorry. I am here, I heard someone say earlier,
Get them to turn down whatever that is they've got on. They're playing the hearing.
we ready?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
I heard someone say earlier as I was standing outside with a number of folks concerned about what's going on. And someone mentioned that Villa Rica used to be a one-horse town. A lot of us that have been speaking today have been here since that one-horse town. So we've saw the progress. So I'm not standing here speaking on behalf of being change-averse, because I understand the business need to make sure that our city continues. However, when we call Villa Rica the city of gold, we're not just talking about money. We're talking about generations after
Ma'am,
generations.
hang on a second. Where is that coming from?
Oh, that might be. That, you know what? That, okay. Sorry, I was watching outside.
All right, go ahead.
So I'm standing here on behalf of Darton Street and all of the changes that are taking place there. I moved out of Villa Rica shortly after high school, going off to college, coming back home. After having my family, I have a husband and 3 girls, I knew what Villa Rica meant. I brought my entire family back to Villa Rica because of the values that we had when we were the one-horse town. So the things that I employ you all to really consider would be, I know we need change, but let's think about the change that's least impactful to the citizens here in Villa Rica. And someone, I think it was Demita Pritchard, said that she spoke to someone and said that the change was going to impact a large number of African American. That's very concerning. So make sure that we do the work. Make sure it's right by all, not just by a few. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Carolyn Boykin? Is she with you, ma'am? You see anybody? Phyllis Stewart?
Waiting on the hearing, sir.
Harry and Andrea Lewis?
Waiting on the hearing, sir.
Terry Sinkfield?
Every point, sir.
All right, the last one I have is Brenda, looks like L-O-U-T-T?
Love it. L-O-V.
Love it? Love it?
L-O-V.
Departed, sir.
Departed. Well, I hope you meant she just left. All right. As is usual, if you did not sign up and you wish to speak, I will now open up the floor for that. If you're waiting on a public hearing, please check your agenda and we will get to the public hearing for whatever your particular item is. But if you have not spoken and you would like to speak for 3 minutes, I'll recognize you now. Anybody? Ma'am, have you already spoken? Oh, in the work session? Okay.
But again, my name is Tracy Evans for 380 Darden Street. Let me raise this.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, as I said earlier, we talked about the impact that it will have for 11 or 12 homes on 380 Darden Street. And again, as I said earlier, that these people are low-income families that will be displaced. And if they're not given the compensation that they are due for this property, these are 4th and 5th and 6th generation homes. My father-in-law, a World War II veteran, built his house and moved his 12 children to this house. And if they're not equally compensated to where they're not paying a mortgage, these are fixed income people. These are people that's low income people. These are people that is on every subsidy that could be given from Georgia Power to water power places because they need that. They're going to have to need something. And I know the thing is that some people can say, well, it's not my neighborhood. I don't live in that neighborhood. It's not my neighborhood, but it's my sister's neighborhood. And she's a sister. She's not just a sister-in-law. She is a sister. And it's her and her 65-year-old sister who's has a pacemaker, who's on oxygen, who has to have her heart shocked, it seems like every month or every other month. And so these are considerations that you have to warrant for people. This is stressful for them. These can cause stress. This is my aunt right here, and she's the oldest member on this street, my Aunt Sharon. And it's stressful to them. They've been there forever. Her mom died late in life, and she was there forever. So we have to look at family values when we look at displacing people. We have to look at family history. You would not want anybody to come to your house and say, we're going to displace you, when you think that your house is okay to you and that you don't want your land just for a road or just for a sidewalk or just for a golf cart trail to support the rich side of town. And so I ask that you take a look at that and know that these people don't have the riches that come with owning a golf cart. They may live in a beautiful area. This wooded area is very beautiful back here. It's peaceful. My sister has a stream behind her house. It's very quiet, very beautiful back there. But they want to keep it that way because it's their small piece of pie. As I said earlier, we have to give in consent or account of all citizens, and they're citizens that make up the city of Villa Rica. They're the citizens that voted you in. So stay for the citizen and not just big businesses. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Terrence Sinkfield. Terry. Come on up here, sir. If you'll give us your name and address for the record.
Terry Sinkfield. At the moment, I stay on 392. About a year ago, I came through some situation with the mother of my child, and I separated, and that's the address that I always could go to. I've been there. I work for the city of Villa Rica. All the places that y'all are building over there in my neighborhood that I've been there all my life, I can't even afford. I mean, and I work for y'all. So
I hear
I
you.
graduated in '98. I've been here all my life, and I always wanted to be here. I brought my kids there. My mom owned a piece of land that is attached to the 392 Darn Street. I told my kids for the last 5 to 10 years, baby, when I get enough finance, I'm going to build you something right there. But y'all trying to wipe my dreams away. Just like that. I mean, there was no consideration of what I had plans for the land. I mean, my mom worked hard for it. She worked and my dad worked. We always been here all my life. I just don't understand how do the road got to come through Darn Street. Why can't the road go up above Darn Street? Y'all make my mother them stay on 392. The turnaround y'all put over there was a terrible idea. Y'all brought the traffic from Punkintown Road. Now, if you're going to turn a left off on Harold Road, it take you 15 minutes. You can't even turn left from all that Dollar General y'all put there. I just don't understand. It's too many people coming to Villa Rica. I want growth too, but I don't want the expense of my family and my friends.
I understand. All right. I don't have anybody else on the list. Is there anybody? Come on up here. Give us your name and address for the record.
Good evening. Quasi Hudson, 945 South National Circle, Villa Rica, Georgia. I'm here to speak on behalf of Darden Street. Look, I got great relationships with some of y'all up there. You know, not all of y'all, some of y'all. And stating that, I was in a meeting on Thursday, and I wasn't there long because I had to go pick someone from the airport. But the reports I received from that meeting that night, my phone was ringing, my text message was coming about the things were said and how it was done was kind of repulsive. I believe going forward, there should be a little bit more transparency and conversations as we go forward with this, because I know there isn't a timeline, but I know there can be some times we have conversations. I know the city did do a lot of townhomes over the years about this venture. You know, trust me, I shared it all on Facebook. I've been down there Paul Revere ringing the bells to people in my generation, letting them know that there's a street coming down here. But the shock value that I heard from the families on Darden Street kind of surprised me, and the way that meeting was held didn't represent the values of this city council well, you know, and I couldn't just go on and not say that publicly, because a lot of things were said in that meeting was reported to me. I can't quote it because I didn't hear it firsthand. I'm getting it secondhand, you know. But a lot of things that were said in that meeting Thursday was reported to me was not a good look for the city. You know, a lot of bad feelings came out that meeting. A lot of miscommunications. You know, it was just bad all around. And I hope that as we move forward in this project together, that we can have more meetings at Assembly of Saints, Pastor by Pastor Foster, and have a real sit down and conversation. Because, trust me, I've known about this for a long time. You know, I didn't know it was coming across Darden, but that's if I was betting my money, that's what I put my money on. You know, and I've been asking that question for a long time. Where's the street coming at? You know, and never was told anything. And I believe that that transparency and a good conversation going forward will ease some of these pains that's coming out. These emotions coming out right now, and I just think, you know, it was just a bad meeting. That's all I want to say. It did not represent you well, Mayor. You know, and that's coming from me, bro. So.
He calls me bro. All right. I don't have anybody anymore on the list, so is there anybody here who would like to speak before I close public comments? Okay. So I'm going to close public comments, and let me just make a couple of comments. In just a minute when I'll recognize council for updates. But Darden Street is not on this agenda tonight, and that's why I'm going to take just a minute to talk about Darden Street. And then we'll take all these other items up right after that. But I want you folks to know that we have been talking about this road coming through here. I've talked to Quasi, I don't know how many times. I'm not putting anything on you, Quasi, but I've talked to so many people. And obviously I haven't talked to all of you because you all showed up here tonight. But since 2017, we've been talking about this road coming through there. Not necessarily on Darden, because that takes engineering. We don't know where this road is going to lay. But I give you my word, we will be down there talking to you. We'll be talking with the engineers. We will do everything we can to impact the fewest number of parcels that we can do. Now, when we first got into this project, I grew up here. So all these people talking about the one horse and all that, I was born and raised right here. I've lived here my whole life. I know that whole area over there. And I think we did something good by working in an area that has been underserved and underprivileged for as long as I've been alive. And that's my intent over there. And I give you my word, I'll be down there meeting with you and trying to work this out in a way that either impacts you the least as possible, or we get you a sufficient amount of money for your property so that you can relocate if that's what it comes down to. Okay? All right. I'm going to move on with the rest of the agenda. The next, all right, I'm going to give everybody a moment to leave if there's anybody who wants to leave. Okay, well, I'm going to recognize council updates. I'm going to recognize Ms. Marchman for a second.
If you all can wait just a moment and let me say okay, all right. This is sort of unusual, I know, but I feel like I have to make some comments. I know there's a lot of concern and a lot of with the projects going on. And the purpose last week was to get comments, ideas from the area so that it can go back to the engineers and back to the city to make plans. And that will include you all giving ideas. I am just one person. And I promised on Thursday, and I would stick to it, that if you all on Darden decide that you don't want this plan, you're not going to vote for this plan, I will not vote for the plan. I promise you that. I understand. Like you say, I've been here all my life. I have just been, and it's nothing against the plans from the city. And I know, we got some outsiders that's saying this, that, and the other. But from me, not from them saying what I'm going to do. Me, myself, I will not vote for this project if the whole Darden Street say they not going to move. They don't want to buy, they don't want to sell their houses. If you all are saying that, and now if some other plan come along that would benefit you all, and you all agree to it, then yes, I will vote yes. But if you all stick to that, you are not in favor of moving, you're not in favor of selling, you got my no vote. I promise you that. So don't listen to what they say. Listen to me. I will not vote for the project if you all say you all don't want to move. Now, I can't promise you that it won't happen. But you can stand, I stand on my word. I'm just one vote. I will vote no if you all don't want it. So you got my vote. So don't listen to they say and the outsiders and I heard. I'm telling you out of my mouth that I will not vote for it if you all don't want it. Yeah,
All right.
that's all I can do.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you, Ms. Martin.
I promise you that.
All right, I'm going to, because we have a council person on the phone, I'm going to call each council person for council updates and give them an opportunity to be recognized. Ms. McPherson, would you like to be recognized for council updates?
No, thank you.
Okay, Ms. McCoy.
Yeah, I would.
All right, Ms. McCoy.
Okay. My question is this: I listened to all y'all talk tonight, and and I made a ton of notes. If you saw me scribbling all the time, but I heard I heard Walter say that we've had on Pumpkin. So let me step back for a second. I'm talking about the Pumpkintown Road section. I'm not talking about Darden Street. This is Pumpkintown Road, the part that's close to Mirror Lake. But I heard Peg say that her main concern was Pumpkintown was damaged. I heard Walter, I believe, say that we've had accidents, we will have more. Mike Leahy said he was almost involved on a head-on collision. Polly said she didn't want it to be another Barrett Parkway, but she did say it was dangerous, and we have had that as the consensus. So my question to y'all is, in the current, and I mean this is a rhetorical question, don't raise your hand like we're in school, but in the current state that Pumpkintown Road is in, does anybody think it's safe? Does anybody think, I wrote it down, does anybody think it's in an Marshall used infrastructure? Does anybody think it's in an infrastructure worthy condition? No. Okay. So we can, that's one thing we can all agree on. So my question, so as I think about this and as we go through the vote and everything, my question is, think to yourselves, maybe is how I should say it, what do we do? What is a better suggestion? Because unfortunately, this has been put off and put off for so long. It's only going to get worse. So just think of that as we go forward. And I do want to say one thing about the Darden Street thing. A lot of y'all talked about your parents who've had, my mom owns her house. She's lived there. It'll be like my age, but it's been over 45 years. She has lived there. She paid it off. She is so proud she did that. And she is on Social Security, and she does not have money to live. It's not in Villa Rica, it's in Alabama. She does not have money. She doesn't have money to move to Villa Rica. She doesn't have money to live anywhere else. And as y'all were talking about that and it being home and everything, I do realize y'all's concern, and I do understand, and just know, as you said that, I thought of my mom and what would happen if someone came and told her that this was going to happen, because she wouldn't have the money to move here closer to me or anything like that. So just know that all your comments haven't fallen on deaf ears, and I've taken tons of notes on them.
All right, thank you, Ms. McCoy. Mr. Carter? No. Thank you. Mr. Momptahan?
I just kind of off topic a little bit, I think, from what the discussion has been so far. I want to say thank you to particularly our fire department and the first responders that responded to the fire at the Georgia Arms facility there. Considering the nature of that business and the ammunition that's stored there, it's great and very fortunate that our fire department was able to get to that early before a disaster would have occurred. So I want to say thank you to them and express my gratitude.
Absolutely. I agree with that. Thank you, sir. Okay. We will now move on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda is a single item that encompasses all things the City Council would normally approve with little comment. Each of these items were discussed at the council work session earlier today, and it was the unanimous consensus of the governing body to place the following items on the consent agenda. I'll read through these items, and at the end, I'll ask if there are any objections, and if there are none, I'll ask for a motion to adopt the consent agenda. Item number one, consent item number one, qualifying for the November 2023 election. Consent number two, adoption of pilot, payment in lieu of taxes, agreement related to Walton Communities project with Villa Rica Housing Authority. Consent number 3, abandonment and transfer of Walnut Drive to Villa Rica Housing Authority. Consent number 4, settlement of opioid litigation with Publix Corporation. Consent number 5, approval of intergovernmental agreement with Carroll County for the East Side TAD. Consent number 6, Sequoia Golf Mirror Lake LLC doing business as Mirror Lake Golf Club, alcohol license permit and agent change request. Consent number 7, structural inspection of 315 Main Street, Villa Rica, Georgia. Consent number 8, appointment of Barbara Daniel and Michael Rickman to Downtown Development Authority. Consent number 9, reappointment of Michael Young to the Downtown Development Authority. Consent number 10, approve workers' compensation renewal. Consent number 11, July is Parks and Recreation Month, proclamation. Consent number 12, Recreation Advisory Commission appointment. Consent number 13, purchase of 2 flock cameras. Consent number 14, grant for 5 flock cameras. Consent number 15, police K-9. Consent number 16, West Plant Control Module replacement. Consent number 17, resurfacing 2 GDOT park and ride lots. Consent number 18, improvements to intersection of Punkintown Road and Shoreline Parkway. Consent number 19, proposal to engage Falcon to redesign the intersection of Mirror Lake Connector and Cleghorn Street. Consent number 20, ratification of proposal from HRC to modify the ADA ramp at the courthouse. Consent number 21, ratification of engagement with Reedwick for temporary traffic light. Consent number 22, to ratify an agreement with Falcon Design for a cultural resource survey. And consent number 23, design sidewalk on West Montgomery. Are there any objections to any of these items? All right, hearing no objection, is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Have a motion from Mr. Carter to adopt the consent agenda. Is there a second? Second from Ms. Marchman. I'll call the question. Ms. McPherson?
Yes.
Ms. McCoy?
Aye.
Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Marchman?
Yes.
Mr. Montahan?
Aye.
All right, that motion will pass and clear off about half of the agenda. Let's move on to A, governing body. So we're looking at the approval of the minutes for 3 meetings. Do all of these need to be tabled, Madam
no.
Clerk?
Just the April 11th, I believe.
Okay.
And May 9th.
So let me get a motion from Mr. Montahan to table the April 11 meeting minutes and the May 9th meeting minutes.
Mayor, make a motion to, to table the approval of the minutes from April 11th, 2023, and the approval of the minutes from May 9th, 2023, to the August council meeting.
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Mr. Montahan to table the meeting minutes of April the 11th and May 9th, 2023, to the August regular meeting. I have a second from Mr. Carter. I'll call the question. Ms. McPherson?
Yes.
Ms. McCoy?
Yes.
Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Marchman?
Yes.
Mr. Montahan?
Yes.
All right, that's unanimous. Let's go to A3, approval of minutes from May 12th, 2023. Council, you've had an opportunity to review these minutes. Is there a motion to approve these minutes as
So
presented? Have a motion from Ms. Marchman to approve the meeting minutes of May 12th, 2023, special called meeting. And do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Montahan. I'll call this question. Ms. McPherson?
Yes.
Ms. McCoy?
Yes.
Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Marchman?
Yes.
Mr. Montahan?
Yes.
That is unanimous. Let's move on to A4. This is the second reading home rule ordinance providing for board and commission terms. Mr. Attorney, Mr. City Attorney,
Yes,
you're
sir.
recognized.
You have before you a second reading of a proposed ordinance which will amend the city charter to provide for a standardization of the term limits for members of boards and commissions within the city. Everybody except the Planning and Zoning Commission. That's still to be worked on, but all other appointments on authorities, boards, and commissions, the terms will end on December 31st of the appropriate year.
All right, this having come before the council for 2 consecutive meetings, is there a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve it.
Is there a motion in the document?
not one in
Mr.
the
Carter?
document.
Okay, would that be sufficient, Mr. Maker?
It will be.
Okay. I have a motion from Mr. Carter to approve the ordinance providing for board and commission terms. Is there a second?
Second.
A second from Mr. Montahan. I'll call the question. Ms. McPherson?
Yes.
Ms. McCoy,
Yes.
Mr. Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Marchman,
Yes.
and Mr. Montahan.
Yes.
All right, that will pass unanimously. All right, let's move on to community development. Item B1. Is Nairi here? Come on up, ma'am. All right. B1, Glory Business LLC, doing business as Smile Food Mart. This is an alcohol license permit request. This item requires a public hearing. Would you please present the item?
Okay. Mayor, City Council, City Manager, we're here this evening for consideration of issuance alcohol license permit to Glory Business LLC, doing business at Smile Food Mart, 205 South Carroll Road, formerly known as South Carroll Shop At, something like that. Okay. So the proprietor is here, pardon me if I mispronounced your name. We talked a lot. Sajan Akari has met the conditions for obtaining license. So he has received his occupational tax business license for a convenience store gas station. He has also submitted for alcohol license as the proprietor through the state centralized alcohol licensing portal, passed the requirements to GBI and FBI through City of Villa Rica records check. And I basically moved to approve the request for issuance of alcohol license permit. There is a change of ownership, but not a change of use.
I know you misspoke because you certainly didn't mean to move for that, did you?
I mean, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm hot, and I'm trying to get out of here.
Hey, I'm with you.
So I'm
going
just
as
looking at all these words like, all right.
I'm going as
Sorry.
fast as I can too. Okay, do we have any questions for Nairi? All right, is the applicant present? Sir, would you come up? Give us your name and address for the record.
Season Adhikari,
Okay.
204 South, 204 Old Broming Road, Apartment D.
Apartment D.
30118.
All right. Mr. City Attorney, I'll recognize you.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
You're familiar with all of the alcohol requirements in the state of Georgia?
Yeah,
And you are aware of the age of selling alcohol to people?
yeah.
And has anybody made you aware of the fact that the city of Villa Rica will occasionally perform sting operations to send people into your store to try and buy alcohol underage?
Yeah.
And you're going to make sure that your people understand that they all have to be carded and not sell alcohol to underage people?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much.
That's much better right there. All right, thank you. I'm going to get you to just stand to the side for a second. I'm going to open this up for a public hearing. Is there anybody here who would like to speak for or against this permit request? Okay, seeing none, I'll revert back to staff. Council, do you have any questions for Nairi? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll do it.
All right, Mr. Carter.
I move to approve the request for the issuance of an alcohol license permit to Glory Business LLC, who goes by the name of Smile Food Mart.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Mr. Carter, a second from Ms. McCoy. I'm going to call the question. I'm going to do it in reverse to give Ms. McPherson time to get to the phone. Mr. Montahan,
Yes.
Ms. Marchman.
No.
You stunned me for a second. She don't like you.
You know I don't vote political.
All right, Mr. Carter,
Yes.
Ms. McCoy,
Yes.
Ms. McPherson.
I thought there was going to be discussion after the second. I just wanted to briefly address Mr. Adhikari.
All right, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll be very brief here. Mr. Adhikari, I want to say to you the same thing I said to the last person that purchased this property, and you are not responsible for anyone that owned it prior, but I just urge you and implore you to take care of this property, keep it cleaned up. At one time, it was very much an eyesore, and that is my only request. Thank you.
All right, what is your vote?
Yes.
All right, that is unanimous. You heard what she said, right?
4-1.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's not. She threw me off. It's 4-1. She does like you. That's not really the point. She votes no on all of these. But I do want to echo Ms. McPherson because we've gone through a number of owners changing there. I mean, since I was a little boy, number one, but just since I've been up here, it seems like we change this about twice a year. So we do ask that you clean that property up and keep it in a good condition. It represents the downtown. A lot of traffic comes right through there, and it's really just behind this, this red light
Yeah,
here.
we just renovated and we're gonna do it good.
Wonderful. We like to hear that. Thank you very much. All right, let's move on. B2, RA-01-23. All right, folks. I can barely hear myself. RA-01-23, Punkintown Road at Highway 61. This is a rezoning from AG to C2 and SFA. Ron.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. RA-01-23 is an application to rezone 45.26 acres at Punkintown Road and Dallas Highway. The applicant is looking to rezone this from single-family agricultural AG to commercial low-density C1 and single-family attached SFA. They're looking to build 55 and up townhomes. It would be 99 units of townhomes in addition to a neighborhood commercial development. So the Planning and Zoning Commission voted 4-0 to deny the application, and staff has recommended approval with several conditions. Approximately, looks like 10 conditions that we have. And so the applicant is here tonight to provide some more testimony if that's what the City Council would like.
Okay, so I believe that we established earlier the outline. So, Mr. Mecklin, would you walk us through this just to be clear?
Just procedurally, at the last meeting in May, the council tabled this application. So the first motion is going to need to be to take it off the table and bring it back up for discussion.
All right.
If that occurs,
Okay.
then it will be up to the council to ask for any comments or questions they have of the developer. And I think we had agreed in the setting of the agenda that you would have 15 minutes, that the developer and those in support of this could make a presentation, and then there would be 15 minutes devoted to anybody who opposed that. So I think it's going to be incumbent upon both those in support of and those against to work out how they're going to time that 15 minutes.
Okay, I understand that. First, let me recognize Mr. Carter for a motion to take this item off the table.
I'll make a motion to bring item RA-01-23 up to be discussed at this meeting.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
I have a second from Ms. Marchman. Let me call this question. Mr. Montahan,
Aye.
Ms. Marchman,
Right.
Mr. Carter,
Yes.
Ms. McCoy,
Yes.
Ms. McPherson.
Yes.
Okay, this item will be taken up, and we have established in our agenda that we would set aside 15 minutes for each side. I'm going to grant the 15 minutes to the applicant first, and anyone who is for this application. And during that time, I would say to anybody out there quietly, if you could work out how you would like to use your 15 minutes, that could be very helpful. All right, let me recognize the applicant. And if you would go ahead and start the timer, please. Hello, sir.
Good afternoon. Howard Ray, 6554 Church Street, Douglasville, Georgia. I'd like to start with saying thanks for all your service and your time, as I know most of you, and I know the time and dedication this takes. And I just want to say thank you. As most of you know, I've lived here off and on for many years. I think Danny and Shirley might have me a few years, but that's it. So anyway, I've got a couple of boards here. I'm not sure if we've got, I think these are in your handouts and so forth. People that know me know I'm a little long-winded, so I'll try to cut to the chase. If I get to talking too fast, please stop me, okay?
Let's make that handheld available.
Yeah, there you go.
If you
Just
would.
give me a bell with about 3 minutes left, and I'll be good. All right, real quick. All right, so summarizing it real quick for everybody, we've got about 45 acres. We're proposing roughly 19 acres of that as commercial. So that's approximately 42%. The senior residential is about 23 acres, approximately 51%. Inside the senior residential alone, We have approximately 9.5 acres of open space, green space, which would comprise 40% of green space in the senior residential. The senior residential will have professional management on site. Basically, the game plan is, as we're building, that one of the units would be used as the model and as the office, as well as the property control component of that. Once all units are built and leased, then at that point it would move over probably into that little commercial area we have planned, depending on where that is in development, or we basically are committed to keep it within a 5-mile radius. So one of the main goals of this site plan is to create a sense of place. This site plan encourages walkability and connectivity to the surrounding community. In addition to providing sidewalks along both sides of the internal roads, we propose a golf cart walking trail from Stockmar Road through the senior residential development into the proposed commercial areas and connections to 61 and Punkintown to the south. One of the most significant components, as you've heard tonight, of this site plan is the connection from the existing Punkintown Road to the new roundabout being installed at 61 in the North Bypass. We are committed to work with the city and their traffic consultants to develop a system of transportation improvements focusing mainly on safety and traffic calming. We feel these improvements should be laser focused to creating a residential transportation system that aims to balance traffic with other uses. The system itself should help create a sense of place for people to walk, stroll, and meet and shop. Traffic calming takes a different approach from a roadway acting as a conduit simply for vehicles traveling at the greatest possible speed. They include techniques designed to lessen the impact of traffic by literally slowing it down or calming it. So one of the main traffic calming tools we plan to utilize will be landscaping along the road and within the proposed medians. By doing this, the optical width of the road is narrowed. A tunnel effect is created, and the driver's field of view is narrowed, which encourages slower speeds. Landscaping can serve multiple purposes, such as community development, beautification, and traffic calming. It is our hope that this residential section of Punkintown will be a gateway into the community and build an environment that is friendly to pedestrians. So let me step back and take a little bit of time for the commercial, the roughly 19 acres, 42% of the project. You know, we just want to make the statement that we are committed to following the city codes relative to the entire development. So whatever the codes read, that's what we're going to follow. This site plan currently shows a 40,000 square foot neighborhood market, grocery store is what we're hoping. We've had some contacts, there's nothing in stone. 33,000 square feet of retail space, 3 quick serve restaurants, and a convenience station with gas. Our latest overall master plan incorporates feedback that we've received during our last meeting, as well as from some of the people we have talked to about the project. A couple of specific notes or changes that we made I want to summarize. So this site plan, some of the changes we made is that all the senior residential units have been revised to be rear entry. Each unit will have a 2-foot offset. Visitor parking has been added. We've also included additional details relative to the amenities package. Game plan is a pavilion, 2 picnic area / gazebos, benches, sidewalk along both sides of the road. We've also added driveways to the site plan to show a little clearer how the access will be obtained to each unit. Additionally, there's a blow up of a typical unit that on the concept plan in your packet. Moving more specific to the residential overview, 23 acres represents roughly 51% of the site, with 40% of that 23 acres being open space. We are proposing 99 age-restricted townhomes, which comes up to a density of 4.25, well below the city allowable. One thing that we will be doing is we'll be having 20 feet between the buildings. I think code's usually 12 to 15, but 20 is better for fire as well as access if a fire truck had to get through there with equipment. We also are required to have a buffer from our neighbors of 20 feet It is our game plan to have 20 foot planted and then another at least 20 feet to the back of any building. So based on the topo as we get into grading, you know, the thoughts are is to squeeze that park there as we can or need to be able to buffer off of those adjacent, I think they're 1 acre tracts and agricultural. They will be 1,800 square foot ranch units with 2-car garage, approximately 36 feet wide. They'll be constructed of high quality, long lasting materials such as brick and stone. Various colors will be used on the facades throughout the project. We will use a minimum of 4 architectural elevations. We have walking and cart trails throughout the development connecting to Stockmar and Town Creek Drive with Punkintown Road and State Route 61. The park in the middle, as it stands in this site plan, is 1.3 acres. We're committed to hold it at least 1 acre to give us room to come off of those properties as we need, our adjacent property owners. And then the 20-foot planted buffer along those at a minimum. We will come back at a later date and request that the front setback in this area be reduced from a 35-foot to a 10-foot. Since there'll be no driveways on that road, it'll be all planted, sidewalks, and stuff like that, and the building would be no closer than 20 foot to the back of curb. We're also proposing a professional management for the senior residential development. I think I've already summarized that, so I'm gonna jump ahead. Wow, I'm finished. You know, I think the biggest thing is HRC and our engineering team, we need to work really closely with the engineering team that's doing the Punkintown Road. You know, if you look at I'm gonna go off script here, so y'all bear with me, I'm gonna break out my sermon. You know, if you're coming in from Dallas and you're coming into the roundabout and you see what they're doing to the right on the north bypass is what I call it, I'm not sure what they call it nowadays. You know, it looks like a bomb went off. I mean, it's 400 feet wide, it looks like an interstate. And that's the purpose of it, okay? And I designed interstates for a long time. But what I want to point out there is that's not what I want to have happen in this section. Now, we'll have grading and so forth, but I don't want a wide right-of-way. The hope is to bring these trees and shrubs right up against that back of curb as much as the city and the staff and the consultants will allow us. To create, as you're coming into that roundabout, if you look left, you see a heavily planted, you know, residential area, so to speak, you know, to make the trucks turn right, okay? I think we all can agree, you're not gonna ever stop all the trucks. The key is trying to invite them into an easier route. What I would like is for our design and the city to consider is to make it where if they come once, they won't come back down through there again. And the current design does not help that, right? So to me, we've got to look at, you know, potential speed tables, not speed bumps, not speed humps, speed tables. They're very long and drawn out. I think you've got to look at weaving the road. You know, you've got to do some plantings in the middle, not just concrete, not just grass. I hope I'm not talking ugly to anybody at GDOT here, but, you know, that's not what this needs to look like. I've been around, I've heard both sides. I mean, you know, I've been here a long time, and this has been a battle. I guess it really became a battle when Mirror Lake got zoned. But at the end of the day, it's something that's got to be addressed. I think everybody agrees that it's a safety issue. But I think if we keep safety as that top priority and creating an environment that is made for walkability, for bicycles, golf carts, you know, and keep that as a focus versus how fast can we get these cars through, over time you can control that. And with that said, I got 4 minutes and 50 seconds if anybody else wants to talk.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak for this project? David, we've never really done it like this before, so is it appropriate to reserve that time or not?
I think so.
All right.
Just keep up with
Madam
it.
Clerk, would you reserve that time there? Thank you. Let me open this up for the other side. For those who would like to speak against this project, would you set 15 minutes on the clock for me there? And then I will open this up and I'll recognize anybody who comes up, and if you'll just line up, we'll give you.
Aaron Boober, 1094 Dallas Highway.
Hang on just a second. Stop the clock just for a second. Let me just try to get an idea of how many people are gonna try to speak, and I'll see if we can be respectful and make sure that everybody gets.
That's all I need is 3 minutes. Not even that.
Yeah, but 3 minutes is a fifth of the whole amount of
That's what I'm
time.
saying.
You gotta
I'm not
think
gonna
about
use
that.
it all up. I'm not.
But you don't, each person don't get 15.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
That's why I'm gonna try and hurry
All right,
up.
let me
so
see how many
somebody
folks
else
we
can
got.
Come up and, does anybody else want to talk? Okay, so I'll make it as fast as I can. I really just have a question.
Okay, all right. Let's go ahead and start the clock. Let's just try to be respectful of each other, okay?
Okay.
Go ahead,
so
sir.
First thing, I think we've all kind of said, we really don't want all the extra people and the extra stuff here. Everybody's kind of brought that to your attention. Let's just say he does do it. Traffic is so bad right now. There's accidents at Stockmar Road and 61. This man wants to pull the entrance to the commercial property literally straight across from my driveway to a grocery store. Now, how do you expect me to get out, much less the people that live behind me that are not even like 15 feet down the road that have to make that same turn? You got the one road next behind me and Stockmar come out of that on 61 at the same time. The officers can all tell you. There have been accident after accident after accident. And if you add that many people to our area, none of us are going to even want to leave. There's going to be too many people out there. Y'all know how bad 61 is 10 times worse than Pumpkin Town Road when it comes to the rush hour times of traffic. We can't afford to get these people. I get we need the revenue. Don't get me wrong. We need the people for the money to do the stuff for the city. But we can't afford to run off every single person that makes Villa Rica, Villa Rica. Okay, you can stop it. So the next person.
Now, she'll do it when I tell her to. All right, next.
Dennis Lingle, I live 675 Pumpkin Town Road,
Yes,
Villa
sir.
Rica. Anyway, I'm gonna be quick. I'm neither for it or against it.
Yes,
I
sir.
want to know what's gonna happen to my house. I've lived there 30-something years. I'm right in the middle of all this crap here. And I have no idea, should I start looking for me a place to live? If y'all could just get somebody like the guy that talked about it to let me know what's gonna happen. I mean,
That's fair.
I think it's fair, and I'm 80 years old. I want to know what's fixing to happen.
I agree with you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, who's next? After tonight, maybe you'll see if you can grab him, see if he can help you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Lois Heine, 2520 Shoreline Parkway. Has a study been done that there are enough seniors who will live in this proposed development? And do the seniors even want to live outside the main city area in the country? Seniors generally need to be around facilities for them. Regarding the commercial projects that have been mentioned, nothing has been agreed to. So how do we know what's going to go up there? It could be another Dollar General.
Maybe not.
Okay, the most important is how will the medical infrastructure adjust to this new housing area? We're going to have an influx of proposed seniors. They'll be needing emergency care. They're in that age group. Are there enough ambulances? Are there enough medical staff available to help out there? Also, how will the increased water and sewer be accommodated? There's nothing out there right now for such a huge development. That's it.
All right, thank you, ma'am. And I will try to answer some of these if I can. Come on up here. Give us your name and address. Pull that down. Come on, Breezy.
Breezy Prince, 148 Chadwick Place. I just have a couple points to make. In the proposal from the developer, he said it would be a senior living 55 and up community if he got the TAD. And the TAD has already been come and gone, and it wasn't part of the TAD. So what are we going to do to hold his feet to the fire to ensure that it stays 55 and up? There have been some other developments in the community that, you know, they've said have been things and then turn around and that's not what it was. Like the newest Dollar General was supposed to be a DG Market, for instance, and I don't guess we got that in writing, so it wasn't. And then the other item was actually for Ms. McCoy. You had mentioned, you know, think about when you give your vote. If we think that Pumpkin Town is safe now, I'm hoping you aren't suggesting that adding more residents and more cars to the road is the only way, and approving this is the only way to fix Pumpkin Town Road. That's all I have
All
to
right, thank you. All right, next. Come on up here, sir.
I'm Walter Heine, 2520 Shoreline Parkway. And again, I want to just kind of piggyback on what was said earlier relative to, you're going to put 1,100 units in. You're going to bring in loads of traffic, and the plan is to utilize traffic calming to slow people down to a manageable speed so that they're going to come through town in an organized and safe fashion. So how many people are going to be willingly driving much slower when you have a bunch of traffic behind you? What's the first thing people tend to see, what do? Step on the gas, let's go, okay? So traffic calming, I've seen it in the UK. They do it really well there. So I'd really like to see what the plan is. What's the actual plan for traffic calming? Putting up a couple of bushes and bringing them up to the road, in my mind, is not traffic calming, okay? And then if you do that, now you limit line of sight. And if anybody's gone through traffic circles in Georgia, that can be entertaining. Because people are like, I've got the right of way, and you got 4 lanes coming in thinking they got the right of way, okay? So I would like to see, how are you gonna manage that and do it safely, but do it in a way to where you can manage the traffic flow and keep it going? Because to me, that's counterintuitive. The two don't line up. And I'd really like to see how you're gonna manage that. And then to piggyback on top of the water and sewage thing, given what we've got now, 1,100 more units, plus Fuqua coming in with their stuff, where's it coming from? Where's it coming from? Where's the money coming from to support that? So, we already got our tax bills for property taxes. All right? How many people like that one, right? Okay, so if you thought that was allowed, wait till you see what happens this round. Because you want to keep people in Villa Rica. You're trying to keep Villa Rica as a place people want to live. You don't want Villa Rica to be someplace people are blowing through because they're trying to get to Alabama. Okay? So again, let's do it right, because we don't need to do it 15 times, because we're paying for it every time we go through the next iteration of whatever the next plan is. And you still got traffic, you still have police that need to be beefed up to support all this, the fire department, the medical situation. God forbid you got an ambulance sitting on a road because they can't get through because the traffic is too calm. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? Yes, ma'am. Come on up
You
here.
got Rusty over
Oh, is there more? No, those folks aren't in line.
there. Rusty was.
Rusty, you want to talk? All right, right after this lady.
Okay, I've been sitting here all.
Oh, give us your name and
Janice
that.
Parkinson.
All right, Janice.
Okay, I've been sitting here all evening. You have people that's going to be displaced from their home. And here you're talking about building townhouses and the golf carts and all this and that. We should concentrate on trying to help these people, not just for the privilege, okay? Try to find some place for them. Where are they going to relocate to? Okay, instead of for the privilege. Okay? You're talking about building houses, townhouses, okay? What's going to be the price of these townhouses? Senior citizen homes. Who's going to be able to afford these homes? Why can't you set part of affordable housing for people, okay? You're scared about crime. You're scared people are going to come in from Atlanta, okay, and buy these houses, and about your culture, okay? We don't want certain people here. You get the little side language, the way these people talk, okay? Nobody owns the county or the city. Anybody can come and relocate. You do not own your street, okay? You do not own Villa Rica. It's open for anybody that wants to live here. And it's not just for the privileged, okay? I live in Mirror Lake, okay? I moved here in 2004, okay? There was not that many black people here when I moved here, okay? Now we have more and more professional black people that are earning more than probably you guys that have been here. They're professional, upper middle class black people that are moving here, and they can afford it, okay? But I see the change. They're moving out. They're moving out because minorities are moving in, okay? You can't just set a special place for you people. Everybody deserves to live in this community.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Rusty, would you come on up, give us your name and address for the record?
Rusty Dean, 402 North Avenue. I thank y'all for what you do. I've been there, and it's not an easy job, and I appreciate you. 45 acres at the corner of Punkintown and 61. Nobody's going to buy that for a single-family home and put it there. Its only use is some form of commercial development. There's nothing that anybody can stop there. They'll win that one in court every day. So we need to consider the fact that nothing is not an option. Ashbrook just raised their rents, according to what you say on TV, $1,000 a month. Mm-hmm. If that is correct, then that says very loudly that we have a shortage of homes for senior people, because they would not do that if there was plenty of competition. But without competition, they can get away with that. And I know a lot of seniors maybe don't want to buy an upsized townhome, but there's also a lot of younger people that want mom and daddy to live close, and I see that as a legitimate market for those people. The commercial development that they're going to put there, it sounded like they have a decent idea for the flow of traffic and shopping. We've got several commercial areas in the city of Villa Rica that didn't have any pre-planning, and they're non-functional. You can't get to the store next door because you got to go back out to the highway just because nobody planned it right. The traffic that we've talked about, that is coming unless we can build a wall on 61 at the Paulding County line. I mean, ride through Paulding County and just check out, go down any side road. They're building a house or a subdivision on everything that you can see. So we're going to have traffic. We need to grow smartly, and we need to grow in a manner that allows us to control that traffic. And, we don't want to bury downtown because we're going to send it all through downtown. We're going to kill downtown then, and we got other problems. But we need to smartly plan how we're going to get these people to and through Villa Rica, because they are coming. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, anybody else? Mr. Clark.
Just wanted to touch on, do you need my name again?
Nah.
I just wanted to touch on something that Mr. Dean had just said in relation to Ashbrook increasing their rent, which I just had a conversation over the weekend with somebody in the know there. That's predominantly assisted living and memory care. That's a lot different than grandma moving into an 1,800 square foot townhouse by herself. The question about the demand, I don't know if it's there or not. That's neither here nor there at this point. But just rental properties are often people that are passive through your area. They're not tied to your area. They're not tied to your community. They're not necessarily, not always. We want people that are here, that are committed, to have some skin in the game, that are going to be an asset to the city of Villa Rica, not just somebody that is choosing to rent. Thank you.
We see that. Thank you. All right, anybody else? Anybody else? Let's let the clock run.
I have a question. I thought at the zoning, I heard that this was tabled, a couple of zonings I was at, and was it this particular one that they said that was denied because he was gonna make it a senior citizen, and then if it didn't work out, they were gonna go to just just anyone? Oh, you remember? You were there?
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
was
That's
this
All right, okay. We'll turn into a howdy doody show. Okay, if nobody else that wants to come up and speak, I'll close. Dave, do I need to run that whole thing out?
No. you do
Okay.
not.
All right, I'll close that. All right. All right, folks. I'm going to revert back to staff now, but let me recognize the applicant for the remaining time, if you would like to be recognized.
I'm good. I'll answer
You
questions.
you good? Okay. All right. So at this time, I'm going to revert back to staff, and let's see if council has any questions for staff. All right, Mr. Montahan.
All right, Ron, and just as for the rest of the council's sake, as a part of a little housekeeping,
Yes, sir.
the updated site plans that were submitted on July 10th are in the work session part of the civic clerk. They're not in the the city. They're not in this session. So I'll be making references to those in my conversation here. The first thing, Ron, so at 4 o'clock or 4:30, I think you had sent an updated cover, about 5 o'clock, you sent an updated cover sheet that included some additional conditions. One of those conditions included a condition number 9, which says that the community shall be age-restricted community in compliance with the Housing for Older Persons Act of 1995, HOPA, and the deed restriction must be filed within 30 days with the final plat approval. And it's my understanding, and please confirm, sir, that that condition has been agreed to by the developer. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the other question that was added was that all site plans, proposed elevations, concept plans, and representations made before the city council pertaining to the SFA zone portion of the property shall be entered into the legal record. And the developer also agreed with that one. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So is it my understanding then, from those two conditions being added, that regardless of the fact that the TAD was approved or this property was included or not included in the TAD, that it will be restricted to 55 plus?
That's correct, sir.
And is it my understanding that the concept plans and updated information that they provided us would be binding upon the developer and their assigns and successors because it's condition 10, is that correct?
For the SFA portion, yes.
Okay. And Mayor, I have some questions for the developer when and if that's appropriate, just to let you know.
Yeah, we'll do that in a moment. Let me see if any other council members have, all right, Ms. McCoy.
So to piggyback on Councilman Montahan, so when it's legally binding, if they come and ask us for a variance, like say it's like the one behind Starbucks where they found a ton of rock and had to completely redo it, what's going to happen then?
Well, I may want to defer to the city attorney to answer that.
Yeah, if it is made a binding condition in whatever decision you make tonight, they would have to come back and reapply and go through the whole process, either ask for a variance or,
Okay,
I mean, they'd have to come back.
okay.
Okay. Anybody else? All right, let's
I
bring,
have comment.
oh, Ms. McPherson, I forgot. Ms. McPherson.
I'm easy to forget when I'm not there in my little so-called hotel room in Guatemala. Listen, if I were the people sitting there, I would not want to listen to a long dissertation from me. So I'll try to be as brief as I can. I had I think, a respectful, good meeting with the developers. I let them know what my sticking points were. I listened to their proposal. I've read everything. I think where this got off the rails in the beginning is that city management worked with the developers, developing what the developers and city management wanted, and the city council person or persons that represent the people in that area were not really part of that, and we're the ones that are in touch with the citizens, and that's why you're seeing what you're seeing now, is because we could have given you a little bit of a pulse on where citizens are on a number of these issues. So part of the big concern from the people in that area have to do with the fact of the density, that it's rentals, and in an area that is primarily single family and agricultural. And I'll just say that when you talk, we do have a housing shortage that is legitimate, and it plays into the cost of housing. But when you push seniors toward rentals, and in the same time you talk about what happened at Ashbrook, that is a prime example of what can happen to seniors when you push them into rentals where they will have zero control over the price of their rent. All right, there's not any kind of restrictions or controls on that. And their nest egg could disappear very fast. And so I just want to say, I understand that we do have a housing shortage. I'm concerned about us pushing too many rentals. We do have a lot of rentals going up in townhouses and others currently on the docket, and that I don't think if we get an imbalance that way, it will not bode well for Villa Rica. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's bring the applicant back up. Sure. And I will recognize any council members who have questions for the applicant at this time. Who wants to be recognized? Ms. McCoy.
Okay. Let me get to my notes, sorry.
All good.
It's been a lot of information today. Okay, so first of all, on the back side where I noticed let me get my bearings too. The east side is zoned agricultural. I'm talking about the adjacent properties, agricultural. The north side's agricultural, looks like, and the south side is residential, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the way I'm looking at this, there looks to be like a big green space and a stormwater management thing next to it. And there seems to be a road going on Stock Mart. Is that going to be an actual road?
All right, so current plan right now is that this would simply be a golf cart walking trail.
Okay,
And then we'll be working also with, so typically when you go over 119 units, you have to have dual fire access. We're below that threshold, but the thoughts are is that, it'd be wide enough that they can traverse it if it needs to. But that would just be more of a golf cart pedestrian connection.
okay, how many acres are taking up that kind of green space and stormwater on the east side?
So, I'm gonna jump ahead and think and try and answer your question. So in my 40% of green space in the residential, correct me if I'm wrong, the ponds are not included in that acreage.
Okay,
Am I stating that correct? Yeah. So we took the stormwater management, because this is actually an existing lake,
okay,
and so, we'll be, retrofitting it as allowed per the codes.
okay, but that still didn't answer my question.
Yeah, I couldn't sit here and, you're saying just like.
I'm saying that east side from where the house is in to where the property line is, how much of that is the green space and the stormwater? How many acreage?
I would guess about 5 or 6 acres.
Okay.
This whole thing.
Because it's kind of hard to discern when you're looking at just that, and instead of like the whole area. Okay, going back to the commercial part, the road. I'm sorry, the road.
Yes, ma'am.
That is part, y'all are developing the road, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I understood that, can you explain that top traffic circle that's not, just so everybody knows, the top traffic circle that's not included in the stuff, that's the north bypass,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Okay, so where's your development of the road starting?
We will start at basically the back curb of that proposed or in construction roundabout.
Okay, and where will it end?
So as of right now, it'll be at the end of our property, which is where Town Creek comes out, and you'll see the bottom roundabout.
Okay, and we'll,
So we have a track that we need to negotiate.
okay, so, and how do you plan to do, can you give a little more detail about how you plan? You said about medians and everything like that, and this, like, forced perspective so the trucks don't go down it. What about, so what is the plan right now to put in the median?
I mean, my game plan would be, you know, as long as the city and the consultants will allow us, that we would have trees approximately every, 30 to 50 feet, good size. My preferred tree in a median is called a Velcova. It looks like a wine glass, so it grows up. And then on the outside, I'd like to do something that's got more of a overstory, a large tree that creates that tunneling of vision so that you
Okay.
do restrict that sight, because that's how you slow people down.
Okay, and where will the golf cart path go? Will there be a golf cart path on that road?
So I believe we have that right-of-way set up at 80 feet, but we only have the roadway section set up for 2 lanes and a median that, let's just say, plus or minus about 36 feet. So we've got about, quick math, 20 feet, 22 feet outside of the roadway on each side. And so there'll be a path that will be accommodating golf carts and walking on one side, and on the opposite side will be just a sidewalk.
Okay. And so, and I had another question. I think that's all I have right now.
Okay, Mr. Montahan.
Howard, my first couple of questions are gonna run through some of the stuff that we asked Ron already, just to kind of get it formally on the record. So, these last 2 conditions that were added today, the first one being the community shall be an age-restricted community in compliance with the Housing for Older Persons Act 1995, and that deed restriction must be filed within 30 days of the final plat approval. Your client agrees with that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know what that act says. As long as it's a legal act in the state of Georgia, then yes.
Okay, in other words, though, 55 and up is your
Yes.
intended segment of the population for this development, correct?
Correct.
Okay. It also says that all site plans, proposed elevations, concept plans, and representations made before the city council pertaining to the SFA zone portion of the property shall be entered into the legal record. And you agree that, you made certain representations here, rear entry, golf cart paths, and those kind of things, and you know that this meeting is being recorded audio-visually, and so staff could hold your client or your client's assigns and successors to those representations, and you understand that, your client understands that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You also mentioned that the property management within 5 miles of the site, did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, the game plan is, as we're building, that it would be in one of the units that would be
Okay.
serving as a model, as also I call it POA management. And then once all units are built and leased, that one would be leased, and then we would be either putting it in one of our commercial areas here. If that has not moved forward to where they can house people, then we'd be looking in the surrounding area.
Okay. And then there's some site notes on the July 10th, I think it was the townhome development site plan. There are a few site notes. The first one is that a variance is required to allow the 10-foot building setback. So your client understands that they would have to come back to formally request that, and approval today does not grant them that variance, correct?
Correct.
And then also, the 2 other site notes one says that no playground shall be in the amenity areas. I suppose that's because the intent here is that this is for 55 plus, and the amenity areas are geared towards that demographic, correct?
Correct.
And so, would you be amenable to adding that as a formal stipulation to the conditions that you've already worked with staff on?
Yeah.
Okay. And your client agrees with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The second one, it says, a minimum of 1 traffic calming practice shall be provided along the main entrance road internal to the neighborhood. The practice may include a stop sign, road diet, speed hump, or other device approved through the civil plan review process. And would your client also agree to add that as an additional stipulation to the conditions that were already agreed upon
Yes,
by
sir.
staff?
And just to expand on that a little bit, Mr. Matthew, one of the thoughts we have is to do a speed table in the middle of the unit so that you can actually walk to the park without having to go all the way around all those units. So to create some cross connectivity that this plan does not show.
Excellent, excellent. Let me just double check to make sure I don't have anything else.
While you check it, in the event that you don't get it filled with 55 and up, what's the plan?
I mean, per the zoning, I don't know that we have a choice. I mean, I think the law allows for some variances to that age. I don't know the exact law, it's just what I've heard. But yeah, that's the game plan. I mean, I look at what I went through trying to get my mom in Reflections. You know, I waited 3 years, and the only way you had an option to get in there was you happened to know the family that the person passed away. And you had about 24 hours to get it under contract. And so now she's in Beacon Village, because that's the best I can do. She rents from me, but she still rents because I don't want the man taking the money when she passes away. But you know, that's kind of the way we see it. You know, I think that's what I like about this site, is that we can connect the Reflections and ours to a commercial center by foot, by golf cart. And then, you know, my hope is to see Villa Rica, you know, not to get way out a rabbit hole here, is, you know, that old town corridor or old stone corridor is, you know, how do you work that down through there? Some type of accessibility back up to the hospital. I will mention, because I don't want anybody to get crazy, I am on the Tanner Hospital Board, so I can't address that.
Okay. Is it you?
I think that's
you
all
good?
I have.
Going in
Yeah.
the hospital direction, somebody else has got to answer.
All right, hang on a second. All right, folks. All right, Mr. Carter.
Okay, one question. Are these rental homes or are these purchased homes? Are these,
So it is the plan right now that they will be rentals, owned by a single owner. So it's not like and I'm the engineer, but it's not like the owner's gonna go out and sell, you know, blocks of buildings and then they rent. They will be owned by a single owner.
With on-site or close-by management?
Yes, sir.
Within 5 miles, right? If it's
Yes.
not on-site. Okay. All right. Anybody else have any questions for the applicant? Okay. All right. Thank you, Howard. We
Thank
will
you.
revert back to staff. Council, do you have any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. McPherson.
Yes, sorry, I needed to unmute myself. Before I ask my question real quick, I wanted to be clear that I do not blame the developer for the way this went down from the beginning. All right, they develop, that's what they do. The problem came with management that didn't have contact with council people who have contact with the citizens. My question for the developer is this. When I looked at the plan, it appeared on the backside that backs up to the agricultural area that the buffer was on someone else's land. So I need some clarification on that, because the buffer that was on the plan appeared to not just be on the property that was purchased.
Okay.
Clarification, please.
Who wants to take that? All right, let's let Howard answer that. I'm sorry, she needed to unmute, so when I went back to staff, she didn't catch me quick enough.
All good.
Go ahead.
That's basically just a graphical representation. What you see there is from the actual property line is 20 feet, 21 feet from the property line to the alley. Okay? So that's as tight as it's going to get, and then the code allows us to plant that 20 feet. Depending on what the ground looks like and the topographic conditions, I think somebody talked about rock, and I don't know if it was Ms. McCoy or not, and adjusting the site plan, you know, I think we have those variances, or not variances, we have those latitudes with staff to shift the road 5 or 10 feet, you know, and get off of those property lines. So, but basically the big bubbles that look like treetops, that's just graphical.
Okay, Zach, you understand that, Ms. McPherson?
Okay, so I don't want this to sound bad. So what we're looking at on the picture may not actually be literally what we think it will be like when it's developed. I know that sounds a little negative, but I'm not clear on that. And what exactly is the footage on the buffer?
So the code is 20, and this is drawn at a 20 foot from the property line to that alley. So basically this, I'm gonna call it the green blob, you know, that's existing forest and trees. And then obviously any that we disturb will be replanting inside that 20 foot at a minimum.
You got that?
Are you back?
Did we lose her? Ms. McPherson? Okay. All right, I'm gonna have to move on. Let's revert back to staff, please. Come on back up here, Ron. All right, council, does anybody have any questions for staff at this time? All right, if there are no further questions for staff, I believe, Mr. Carter, would you like to be recognized for a motion?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Carter.
I move to approve the rezoning request from ARP Realty LLC for rezoning from AG to C1 and SFA with the conditions as outlined by the staff.
All right, have a motion from Mr. Carter. Is there a second?
Second.
Have a second from Ms. Marchman. Is there any further
Mr.
discussion?
Mr. Mayor, if I
Yes,
could just,
Mr.
Ms. McPherson said that she couldn't hear some of that. There was a motion made by Mr. Carter to approve the rezoning, seconded by Ms. Marchman. So that's where we are.
And now I'm calling for additional discussion. Can she hear?
She's on headphones, hold on. She's not on speaker.
She's on my speaker, though.
Oh,
Okay, but I can't.
Can you hear?
Yes, she can be heard.
Can she hear us?
Ms. McPherson, are you there? Oh,
Can we hear? Ms. McPherson? I can't hear. All right, folks, I've got to move on. All right, is there any further discussion?
Mayor, I have a couple.
Mr. Montahan.
Since I was talking to since we were speaking with the developer here, and he made a couple of it, he would agree to a couple of additional conditions. I would like to see if we can amend Mr. Carter's motion to add those conditions.
All right, Mr. Macklin, would you weigh in on how we can do that?
yeah, if Mr. Carter is amenable to that, to add in Mr. Montahan's conditions that he talked about, I think you can just amend your motion to include that.
I will amend my motion to include.
But you're going to have to delineate those, because I
Sure.
have no idea what they are.
Sure, those particular conditions.
Aren't they already in the conditions provided by staff late this afternoon, though?
No, these are in addition to those two.
All right,
These
go
are
ahead.
these are shown on the July 10th site plan that was submitted
right.
underneath the site notes, and I just want to make
Would
sure
you
they're
please
part of
repeat
it.
them?
Go ahead.
Yep, so the first one, or I guess really the 11th one, would be no playgrounds shall be in the amenity area. And the 12th one would be a minimum of one traffic calming practice shall be provided along the main entrance road internal. I'm just going to kind of ellipsis the rest of that because it's in the site plan and the clerk can take that down.
She
Okay.
can. She can do it later.
I've amended my motion to include those.
Okay, Ms. Marchman, will you amend your second to include those conditions? Thank you, ma'am. All right, any further discussion? All right, I'll call the question. Let's start with Mr. Montahan.
Aye.
Ms. Marchman,
I approve.
Mr. Carter,
Yes.
Ms. McCoy.
Oh, she could skip me.
Is Ms. McPherson available?
I believe she is.
Yes.
Ms. McPherson.
No.
All right, Ms. McCoy. Is that a vote or
Now, can I abstain?
you can?
I abstain.
All right, the motion. All right, the motion will carry 3 yes, 1 no, and 1 abstain. All right, thank you. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
Let's move on to RA-02-23. All right, we'll take just a moment to let everybody who wants to get out of here, get out of here. Thank you, sir.
Yes, we're taking a break while people exit the room.
Yes, I'm gonna turn everyone's view.
I'm not hanging
Not
out.
clear now. I'm going to hang up and call back and see if that fixes it, okay?
Okay, I'll be listening for you.
Okay, I'll hang up and I'll call back and see if that
All right.
fixes the volume problem.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, folks. We're going to move on to RA-02-23, Rockmart Road at Lake Paradise Road. This is a rezoning from I-2 to C1. This item will also have a public hearing. Ron, please present the item.
Yes, Arpit Realty LLC is looking to rezone a 2.5 acre parcel from I-2, industrial medium density I-2 to commercial low density C1 in order to construct a liquor store on the parcel. The Planning Commission has voted 3-1 to approve the application, and staff has recommended approval with one condition. The condition being that the applicant shall agree that zoning approval is not an implied consent to receiving a liquor license, and the liquor license process is what would be followed.
I understand. Okay, is the applicant here?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me first, we'll have the applicant come up, but let me ask council if you have any questions for staff at this point before I bring up the applicant.
Is this gonna be two different votes?
I'm proposing
Once
only
we
one
vote
vote,
together.
just for the rezoning portion. He would have to apply for the liquor license separately through the administrative process.
Yeah, so let me be clear. This motion, although it mentions a liquor store, this motion, this item before us has nothing to do with a liquor license.
Correct, just the rezoning.
Just so that that's clear. Okay, any other questions for staff? I'm trying to move expeditiously here. Let's bring the applicant up. Hello, sir. Give us your name and address.
Good evening. Avery Ward, HRC Engineers, 6554 Church Street.
Okay, Avery. Do you have a presentation? Would you like to
Sure.
speak on the matter before I do a public hearing?
Yes,
Absolutely.
as Ron mentioned, we are rezoning, we're down zoning from I-2 to C1. Right now, the property is vacant. We're going for a beverage store here. Give you a little history of the property. It was originally zoned GC, but in 2020, it got rezoned to I-2 during the city rezoning. It was originally part of the property to the south, but it was subdivided back in 1988. Right now, the intersection is generally commercial. We've got the proposed industrial to the south of us, and then we've got the single-family homes to the west. We're going to comply with the city's 30-foot zoning buffer there as well. We do have frontage along both Lake Paradise and State Route 101, but we're only asking for access along Lake Paradise at this time. We will comply with all the liquor ordinance license requirements, and I just wanted to mention that the future land use has this area categorized as a suburban village, and in that future land use, it's characterized by clustered commercial development around an intersection of prominent roads and includes immediate surrounding residential areas. So,
Okay. I'm going to ask you, just not to make reference to the liquor store or liquor license, only with regard to any compliance, because that's not attached to this item. Okay. Do you have any questions for the applicant before I do a public hearing? Okay. Let me do a public hearing if you would. So is there anybody here who would like to speak for or against this rezoning? Okay, nobody. So I'll close the public hearing. I'll revert back to staff. Is there any questions for staff or for the applicant at this time from council? Anybody want to be recognized? Okay, if there are none, would someone like to be recognized for a motion?
I'll take it.
All right, Mr. Carter.
I move to approve the rezoning request from ARP Realty LLC for rezoning from I-2 to C1 with conditions as outlined by the staff.
Okay, I have a motion from Mr. Carter. Is there a second?
Second.
A second from Mr. Montahan. Is there any further discussion? I'm going to call the question. Mr. Montahan?
Aye.
Ms. Marchman?
Aye.
Mr. Carter?
Aye.
Ms. McCoy?
Aye.
Ms. McPherson?
Yes,
Thank you, ma'am. That motion will carry unanimously. Thank you, sir. All right, we will move on to B4, VA-03-23. This is 113 Connors Road, two variances from Table 4.4, Development Standards, and Section 8.02, 2JI, off-street motor vehicle parking and loading areas. This item also requires a public hearing. Ron, would you introduce this item?
Yes, sir. Brandon Greba, the applicant, is seeking two variances. One is for the placement of a carport on a commercial property, which is not permitted in the city, and also to keep the current location, which is 4 feet from the primary structure and 5.5 feet from the rear yard property line, whereas 15 feet is required. So the staff has recommended denial for these variances.
Okay, are there any questions for staff before I bring the applicant up? Okay, is the applicant present?
Brandon.
All right, Mr. Applicant, if you would come up here, give us your name and address, and I'll allow you to speak on behalf of the application.
Yes, sir. Brandon Greba. The business address is 113 Connors Road in Villa Rica.
Yes, sir, go ahead. Would you have a presentation, or would you like to
No,
talk about it?
I definitely have respect for you guys after hearing all this. Mine's pretty cut and dry and pretty simple, at least in my eyes. Have a current existing carport structure over my RV on my commercial property. Didn't know I had to have a permit to have the structure that was in place. After knowing that, went through the process of going through the variance, and here we are today. So hopefully we can come to a consensus here, and where I can keep the structure, which is covering my RV, which we use for our commercial business to go to events and things of that nature, and stuff that transports goods and services and my people.
Yes, sir. Okay, let me first see if council has any questions for the applicant before I do a public hearing. Anybody? Okay. Let me do a public hearing, if you'll step over to the side. I want to see if there is anybody here who would like to speak for or against these variances. Anybody? Okay. Then I'll close the public hearing. Let me revert back to staff. Are there any questions for staff from the council? Mr. Montahan.
Ron, could you just kind of, in summary, what were the grounds for the staff's recommendation of denial?
Yeah, so for the carport itself, to have the carport on the property, it was considered self-imposed. As far as for the building separation, the reason for that was the carport can be located in a conforming location. That on the lot, there's a lot of conforming locations on this particular lot because of how large it is. And also that the same thing for the other one, for the distance from the rear yard property line.
So essentially, he could move the carport elsewhere and basically accomplish what he wants to accomplish
From
in
a land use
conforming.
perspective, yes.
Okay.
Okay, anybody else have a question? Ms. Marchman?
Well, like I stated earlier today, if that is approved, then to me that would be like setting precedents. You know, we had the man to build that big thing over there on what is that, Candler and Dogwood, and you let that go. So if you let this go, and that's how to setting precedents, and if Joe Blow come in and want to do something that's not compliant with then what are you gonna tell him or her? That was my concern. You setting precedents, if you already done one, you're gonna do another one. Then who's to say somebody come in here and want to build something else on their property that's wrong? And can you deny them? I mean, I know staff said no, but that's just a question. If it's voted to do that, then wouldn't that be setting precedents for?
You don't remember we did this earlier, Ron. You don't have to answer that.
Okay.
You've already,
All right.
staff is
That was
staff has already recommended denial. She's just reiterating what you
Yeah.
said.
Very well, thank you.
Okay, anybody else want to be recognized on this item? Okay, any questions for staff? Ms. McPherson?
Yes, in regard to the so-called carport. I went over and took a look at this, saw where it was. called Ron, talked to him. A number of our ordinances are cookie cutter. They're designed for a particular situation. And every now and then we get these outliers, things that don't fit exactly what that ordinance was written for. And that's why we're put in the position to allow variances. And I asked, okay, so what's the harm if this thing is 5 less feet from a building, not very visible from the street, part of the business? And really, even I believe Ron did not see a problem with it, but it is his job to say no if it doesn't fit that mold that's in that ordinance. That's all.
Okay, thank you. All right, anybody else? No?
Not for staff. I had a question for the applicant, if possible.
Sure, we'll do that. Mr. Applicant, will you come back up?
Yes, sir.
All right,
So-
Mr. Montahan.
So, staff's position is that you could just move the carport to another part of the property. I mean, is there any reason why you can't do that?
Well, I positioned it where it was as to get furthest away from being an eyesore, I guess, if you would say it. But in my eyes, a motorhome being on the property, which is allowed without the carport, is more of an eyesore than what it would currently be now with the carport, if that makes sense. But moving it, no, because, I mean, we use every bit of that property that's available for employee parking.
Okay.
That available space for employee parking. Or I could put it in front of the building, which you guys probably wouldn't like anyways, so.
Not there. That wouldn't make any sense. All right,
It is a
anybody
nice-
else have any
nicest
questions?
building on the street too, by the way.
Anybody else have any questions for the applicant? Let me say this, and I completely understand and respect where Ms. Marchman's coming from. I mean, there has to. I've long said that we should be very, I guess, reserved about these variances, because if we have to continue issuing variances, we should look at changing the law. And it may be that this ordinance does need to be looked at, and maybe it should be modified in some way. So, you know, regardless of how this comes out, I appreciate what you're doing over there and what that business looks like, and I thank you for the business that you brought to this town. But I do respect that, and if they make an exception here tonight, I'll support that, and if they don't, I'll support that as well. We still may take a look at the ordinance. Okay, does anybody wish to be recognized for a motion? This is difficult.
Yeah, this is difficult.
Nobody?
I don't have the motion in front of me, or I would do it. I
don't you
don't
make
have
one
where
up?
I can read the motion.
You want to make one up?
Yeah, make it up and I'll translate it into something that'll
Well,
stick.
I'll make it work.
Okay, to approve the two variances from table 4.4 development standards in section 8.02 and regarding off-street parking and loading area.
I think you do have it in front of you. That's pretty close.
I'm reading off my agenda.
Okay, all right, we get the gist. All right, so Ms. McPherson will make a motion to approve the two variances from table 4.4, development standards in section 8.022J1, off-street motor vehicle parking and loading areas. Is there a second? All right, there being no second, that motion will die. I will recognize another council member for another motion if someone wants to be recognized.
I'll
Okay.
take it.
All right, Mr. Carter.
I'll move to deny the request for the variances on all three, section 8.02, table 4.4. On variance 2 and 3, I'll move to deny all three.
Are there three?
Well, I've got three motions here.
There are three motions.
There are, it's two
My,
variances. but
my
three
tablet
variances.
went dead, so, okay, then I'm just gonna take, oh, they're up here. Okay, I have a motion from Mr. Carter to deny the requested variance from section 8.02 2J1 by Brandon Greba as presented. Motion to deny the requested variance from table 4.4 to reduce the required 10-foot building separation to 4 foot by Brandon Greba as presented. And a motion to deny the requested variance from table 4.4 to reduce the required 15-foot rear yard setback to 5.5 feet by Brandon Greba as presented. Is there a second? There's a second from Ms. Marchman.
Okay, I will call the question. I'll start with Mr. Montahan.
If I could just say some discussion first. This one actually was really tough for me because I generally think, okay, it's just a few feet, but I mean, as Ms. Shirley said, I mean, this is it's kind of becomes a kind of a slippery slope. If you allow one, then you allow the next one, you allow the next one. And I think conversely, so it becomes slippery slope the other way by being too strict on them and so forth. So that's why, unfortunately, and this, to my recollection, this is the first time we've had this variance come before us. So I can't say that we've seen it so often that it does require revisiting the ordinance. So this is the first time I'm going to have to kind of stick with the ordinance, I think, and I'm going to vote in favor of Mr. Carter's motion to deny.
All right, Mr. Montahan votes aye. Ms. Marchman?
Aye.
Mr. Carter?
Aye.
Ms. McCoy?
Aye.
Ms. McPherson?
No.
All right, Mr. Carter's motion to deny all three will pass 4-1. Sorry for that. I'll support that, but we'll take a look at the ordinance if it needs to. All right, thank you. Let's move on to RA-06-22. This is 1739 Carrollton Villarica Highway. This is a rezoning from AG to SFA. This item has a public hearing. Ron.
Highlands Residential LLC is seeking a rezoning from AG to SFA, single-family attached, in order to construct 55 and up townhomes. The staff has recommended approval with conditions. The Planning Commission also recommended approval with conditions, and there's 3 total conditions here. And just to orient everyone, as we did in the work session, this parcel is located wrapping around what we commonly call the V-Plex, which is the city's recreational park on Highway 61. So this would be to the west of that and to the south of that development. And the applicant is here tonight. It's a 67 acre parcel, and the applicant is here tonight.
Okay, so this item requires a public hearing, and so I'm going to go back to my usual process. Mr. Applicant, I'm going to let you come up and do a presentation, but let me see, council, do you have any questions for staff before I go to the applicant? Okay, Mr. Applicant?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to recognize you for an introduction and a presentation, if that's what you want to do.
Yes,
All right.
that's what I would prefer.
Go ahead.
All right, and do you guys have copies of the presentation? I've got paper copies that I can pass out if that would
Do
be
we
helpful.
have copies in the packet? She's going to put what she has up on these screens. And we have these screens before us, although mine is dead, but
Yeah, that works. This time.
if you have copies to hand out, please give them to the assistant clerk and she'll pass them out.
I'll go ahead and introduce myself
Yes,
while
sir.
she's doing that. My name is Dave Lawful. I'm with Highlands Residential. Our offices are located at 3200 Windy Hill Road. That's in the Cobb portion of Atlanta, 30339.
I'm going to get you to get a little closer to that mic because I can barely hear you. And Madam Clerk, do you have this presentation that you can put up but
It's
that's
up there. That is the
That's the
second
second
page of
page.
the presentation, I believe.
Okay, all right.
Available on.
So I want to start where I'm at, which is the first page.
I think.
And let's keep it close for me.
All right.
All right, then we'll go. Go ahead.
Perfect. Okay, my name is Dave Lawful. I'm with Highlands Residential. I started my company, Highlands Residential, in 2018 to create communities where my mom would want to live. That mission is, translated into a company mission of creating communities for the world's most amazing grandparents and their friends. That's what we do. That's all we do. I've been working to create communities for this demographic since 2007, and rolled out in 2018 with some other partners. Technically speaking, it's 55 plus, but the reality is it's almost it's about 70%. 70-year-old widows is generally, we kind of refer to it as golden girl housing, humorously, but But that's what we're trying to create is a sense of community for that clientele. The property, as you can see on page 2 of the packet, is located just to the south and to the west of the V-Plex. We really like this location. First of all, this was a great meeting. Love your community. Really admire the passion and the history. And respect y'all's dedication and the hard decisions you have to make. We love this site. It's got great infrastructure around it. It's got a front door and a back door. And it's got a main entrance potential on 1739 Villa Rica Highway. With plenty of room for many other entrances. It's got a back door on South Van Wert Road, which we would use as a resident-only entrance. But it's got a church next door. It's got schools nearby, as you can see. Catty corner to the park, and grandparents like to be near their grandkids. So that's all part of what makes this a great location for us. We go ahead and move on to the next page. Like I said, our resident is typically the 70-year-old widow, and it's interesting to know about kind of this baby boomer generation and beyond, that 40% of these folks live alone. And so, part of what I view as my calling is to create communities where they can live together. A lot of times you live in your home and your spouse, moves on, your friends, move on. At a certain point, you're looking for an opportunity, for friendship and community, and that's what we're trying to do. Here in Villa Rica, there's a good portion of this demographic that does rent, and our goal is to create the absolute best, rental housing option for that demographic. Each resident will have their own attached garage, 0-step entry. We work very hard on designing a product that exceeds expectations for our clientele. Everything from curb cuts to curb appeal, making sure that it works well for the residents in these homes. If you go to the next slide, this is the submitted site plan with all the data, but it's not very descriptive or visually representative, if you will. If you move on to the next slide, which is page 5, I believe, it's a little bit more of a aerial, and I apologize, the property line's not on here, but the green space above the Little League fields, or Pee Wee fields, if you will, that's all part of the property as well. The property is roughly split into 2 phases. You scroll down just a little bit to see the entrance. Thank you. The entrance is about 700 or more feet from the V-Plex, so you've got plenty of room to see the traffic coming. The DOT requires, well, let me put it this way, they don't have a requirement for that goes up to 700 feet, but it would roughly be equivalent to 70 miles an hour. So it's even if people are speeding on the road, they've got plenty of room to see them coming and going. And then you've got the pond there, which we will renovate the pond, stock it, put a dock, put a fountain, and want to make that a nice amenity for our residents. Even make sure Mr. Turner can still fish on it if he likes. He's our neighbor. And next to that is a clubhouse, so we'll have on-site management and maintenance. It's a 4,000 square foot clubhouse, which will include fitness center and gathering area and room to have large events, small events, stay fit, that kind of thing. It's gated. We'll have pickleball courts, which is in very high demand for this demographic. I've finally learned to not play well, but learned the rules and can fake it a little bit. There will be sidewalk, street trees, that kind of thing. Our goal is walkable, inviting neighborhood. And then the buildings themselves are garage entry, attached garages, no more than 3 homes per building, which is just a very residential scale. And we think it works well. You can flip through the next few slides that have some conceptual elevations that show the product. You know, we view landscaping as part of the elevations, and you know, so that's part of how we design the curb appeal of the homes. So 1 and 2 car garage, depending on the floor plan. If you keep going so this is a community that we built nearby. This is in unincorporated Paulding. It's in Dallas, Georgia. Well, mailing address is Dallas, Georgia. It's on Charles Hardy Parkway. I forget the address offhand, but it's in between the Costco and the hospital, about halfway between both. And similar, well, this is about 150 homes, 100% full, well received, great community. Keep flipping through. Some other examples of the community is, it's a fully functioning, home, your kitchen, dining, and so on and so forth. The clubhouse, which is really an extension of the resident's home, is the way I see it. So it's 4,000 square feet that they don't have to heat or cool or clean or decorate. They can just invite their friends over. They don't have to worry about how their house looks, and enjoy that space with their friends. Keep on scrolling. We've got a couple more examples. Interior finish. So we have an interior decorator that we use for the interiors, and then last but not least, a beautiful pickleball court and a pond. I like ponds, so it works as a great amenity. You can teach your grandkids to fish. We keep fishing poles and that kind of thing, ready so they can use whenever they want. So I'm done.
Are you
But
done?
If you've
Okay.
got any questions, then hopefully
Well,
I can go over time.
No, listen, let's recap for a second. So you've got 2 phases here. You got 144 units in the first phase and then 108 units in the second phase. Does that sound right?
That does sound correct.
How many pickleball courts are you going to have here? Because let me tell you, that's a big deal around here.
Yeah, at least 2. And there's room for more. But there's other amenities that we'll include as well. So community gardens, covered pavilions. We do like a bocce slash. We do a bocce court out of a putting green, that kind of thing. It's kind of multi-purpose area. So there's a lot of opportunity here.
So so what you have planned here, how many attached units are these per building? Will they all be the same? Will there be a variation?
The site plan here shows 3, but it'll either be 2 or 3 per building.
Okay. And, we just had an item come before us just a few, I don't know, it seems like an hour ago. But for 55 and up.
Yes, sir.
Rentals. So
Yes, sir.
I can't imagine that you can get the funding to do this if you haven't looked at the market here.
Correct.
So you must believe that the market here can support these
Yeah.
rentals.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what size are these going to be?
These are about 1,000 to 1,400 square feet per home.
How many bedrooms?
It's like 1 bedroom with a den or 2 bedrooms.
Okay, no more than 2 bedrooms?
Correct.
Yeah, I couldn't see how that would make a lot of sense in 55 and up. Okay, and then what are these rents projected to be?
Rents are around 1,800 a month and up. So, yeah.
Is that the one?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
and then so it goes up from there.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I have been looking at rentals here in this market now for the better part of 2.5 years, and I'm stunned, frankly.
Yeah, we are too.
I sent you a text.
And
I
when-
gotta go.
Well, and when we look at some of the things that's happened recently in one of our local senior communities, there is both assisted living there and individual living in that place, and those rents have also skyrocketed. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that there is no competition, as somebody stated earlier here today. So clearly there is a market for this, or there would not be the funding. And so I think that you probably have a good project here. Let me see if council has any questions for you. Mr. Carter.
I'm looking at your layout here, and I'm trying to decide where are your pickleball courts? I mean, where are your amenities? I don't.
I apologize. It's 67 acres, so everything looks small because we're zoomed out. The pickleball courts are just next to the arrow on.
Out next to the highway?
Well, so it's probably.
Is that all
Two-
your
it's
amenities where
probably-
you first come in? Is that where that is?
It's probably about 200 feet from the road. Actually, it's hard to tell with the scale, but one thing that we will do is berm it up to make it more. It's already elevated off the road. Right now.
Is those, what I'm seeing here is the buildings where you enter where the entry place
Yes,
is?
sir. Yes, sir.
That's all your amenities, that's where your clubhouse and,
Yeah, that's where the clubhouse would be. When you first come in, and then beyond the gates would be the amenities, kind of behind the clubhouse.
you got sidewalks and all that to allow these folks to be able to get over to that?
We'd have sidewalks, parking. Yes.
You know, and to Mr. Carter's point, you have more green space here. It seems like you could, you know, I would encourage you to be considering more of these pickleball courts or something in some of these courtyard areas. I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think the courtyards, we would have like community gardens that people could, we do it, ideally our landscaper takes care of it and they can just go get whatever they want from the community garden.
okay.
But that type of thing would be great for that, you know, pavilions, that kind of thing. There's a lot of opportunity here.
Okay. Yeah, it does look like all the amenities are at the very beginning of which means the folks back in phase 2 have a trek to get down to those amenities. So they need sidewalks or
Absolutely.
something to make that work.
Sidewalks, parking, and pocket parks that they can use that's kind of their own.
Gotcha. All right. Anybody else for the applicant before I do a public
Well,
hearing?
Just clarification, when you go to phase 2, you have no, you don't plan to put any of this stuff back in phase 2? It's all gonna be out front in phase 1? Is that the way you look at it?
But, no, not necessarily.
Because phase 2 folks are a long ways away from that.
They would be. You are correct. No, we would want to make some of the green space, we haven't, you know, designed every detail of the community, but we would want some of the green space used for active use as well as passive.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant before I? Yep.
So your company develops it, builds it, owns it, and then manages it, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so, and this is going to be private, and so the streets are private as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're not going to be dedicating those to the city?
No, sir.
Okay, and it'll be a gated development, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it's my understanding that you're aware that there's no guarantee of sewer access in this part of the city, is that correct?
That is correct. Can I address that?
Well,
As
my
part
next
of the-
question was that, my understanding is that your proposal is to do a private septic.
That is correct. Yeah.
Okay.
So we would do on-site treatment. So
Okay. And would you just be comfortable with a stipulation or a condition? I didn't see it in the staff's conditions that where you acknowledge that sewer availability is not?
yes.
Okay.
All right. Anybody else? Okay. Let me do a public hearing on this. If you would step over just in case. Is there anybody here who would like to speak for or against this rezoning? Anybody? Okay. Then I will close the public hearing and I'll revert back to staff. Okay, council, do you have any questions for staff? All right. Do you have any questions for the applicant? Okay. Who would like to be recognized for a motion?
I can be recognized.
All right, let's do that since you're going to modify it.
I make a motion to approve the rezoning request from Highlands Residential LLC for rezoning from AG to SFA with the conditions as presented by staff and the additional condition that the applicant, developer, owner agrees and acknowledges that sewer availability is not implied not implied by our zoning, and that he would have to do his own septic tank system. I can't remember the word
I
he
don't know if
used.
the
I
clerk is
forgot
gonna
it
be able
now,
to take
but
that down verbatim, but I think you can get it
yeah,
worked out,
all
right?
right, thank you. I had it and then I lost it. I'm
All
sorry.
right.
It's
Everybody
getting late.
understand train of thought there? No, Mr. Carter couldn't hear you.
You me do it again?
Yeah, this time
I might
clean
do
it
it
up.
better. Okay,
It's a
here
mess.
we go. All
Start
right,
again.
I make a motion to approve the rezoning request from Highlands Residential LLC for rezoning from AG to SFA with conditions as presented by staff, plus the additional condition that the applicant developer owner agrees and acknowledges that sewer availability is not implied by our rezoning, and that the applicant developer owner will have to install his own private septic system.
You didn't need that last
There we
part.
go.
That's already
Guess
in
so. Maybe I
there.
added
You
it
just
in
wanted to
there
keep
too much.
talking.
Yeah,
All right.
That
Is
was
there
the- that-
anybody?
It's getting late.
Yeah,
Is there
that was-
anybody who will second this?
I just want to know that there is no sewer, we don't run that far down with our sewer line, do we?
It's not available there, and the applicant's aware of that. Oh,
Okay.
I didn't know the staff was up. Go ahead.
Yeah, so there is a distance between our sewer lines and this site, which is the distance. I don't know if the applicant may know, but the distance is too great for them to actually connect our sewer all the way down there. And so
At this time.
at this time, yes.
All right.
Okay.
Anything else? All right. Is there a second to Mr. Montahan's motion?
Second.
Have a second from Ms. McCoy. Is there any further discussion? Okay, I'm going to call the question. Is Ms. McPherson still with us?
She has left left the call.
All right, well, let's do
She
the
said she had to
old-fashioned
go.
way. All in favor, raise your hand. All right, that's unanimous. All right, sir, thank you. Okay, let's move on. B6, CU-01-23, West Industrial Court at Highway 101. This is a special exception permit to operate a truck and trailer parking facility. This item also requires a public hearing. Ron, please present this item.
Yes, Dr. Alu has applied for this special exception use permit to operate the truck and trailer parking facility. So tonight, they are coming specifically for truck parking as a public or private parking lot, as we have it listed in our zoning ordinance. They would have to come back for a variance for.
All right, come on. Let's get some order in here. I can barely hear.
The applicant would have to come back for some variances that we've identified. However, one of those variances being trailer parking by itself. So in Villarica's zoning ordinance, we don't actually allow for truck parking where special exception is required in our ordinance. And so the staff has recommended denial for the special exception, and the applicant is here tonight to explain more about what they're trying to do on the lot.
All right. Council, does anybody have any questions for staff before I recognize the applicant? Okay. You said the applicant is here?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Applicant, would you give us your name and address, and then I'll allow you to make a presentation or speak on behalf of your application.
Okay. Good evening, Council, Mayor and Council member. I'm Dr. Aliu. I live in Powder Springs, 3589 Battles Bridge in Powder Springs, Georgia.
Okay. Would you like to go ahead and present your?
Yeah, so I'm here today to ask the mayor and the council member for special exception permit to do truck parking. So we're seeking the special exception use to allow truck and trailer parking in an industrial zone. This will be a gated property that will allow only long-time truck parking. The facility will be gated and will be lighted with a video camera. We are not doing a daily or overnight parking. What I mean overnight is maybe daily overnight when people park just per day. And we're not even doing a weekly parking. So it's possibly going to be like a monthly parking. And it's, one of the issue the staff raise is it's gonna impede traffic on 101, and I'm gonna address that. So let me give other reasons why we needed the special use permit. A special use permit was given to this site about 2 years ago to do a truck stop. From my own thinking, common sense would denote that a truck stop will also generate more traffic. With a long time parking, especially month to month, or least parking space, it will actually generate less traffic. The site is less than 0.5 miles from the I-20 interstate. So most trucks coming out of the industrial park, they turn in right to go into the interstate. So we do not think this will generate any traffic. The location or even the property is less than 6 acres. So we don't even think this property will, amount. What we're thinking is the amount of parking space is not going to be as much compared to other facilities. We have the Sam's Club distribution facility. There's a Royal Trucking Company within the complex, within the industrial zone. There's a sugar company and the flour baking company. All these facilities, they amount to about 50 acres. They have the Sam's Club distribution has almost about 1,000 parking space. So we do not know why staffs are denying us. Okay, my colleagues is gonna present.
Okay.
Mayor, I'm really speaking as in the public hearing portion of it, so.
Well, then let's wait. Then let's wait just a second.
You wanna wait just a second?
Yeah, let's just wait on that. Are you finished?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes, I finished
let
my
me-
presentation. Yeah.
I appreciate that. Let me see if council has any questions for the applicant, though. Is there any questions for the applicant at this point? Okay, so, sir, I'm going to just ask you to step to the side. I'm going to do a public hearing, and then we'll come back to you if we need to. All right, is there anybody here who would like to speak for or against this special use permit? I'll recognize you, but sir, you come on up and you'll be next in line. Come on up, David. Let me go ahead. And I'll just say, and you'll be next if you, all right,
Okay.
go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is David Scherner, and I reside at 125 Windsong Court in Carrollton, Georgia. I'm just going to take 2 minutes of the comment time to tell you why I'm in favor of you approving Dr. Alou's request for special use exemption tonight. Members of my family and the Philip Kaufman family are the owners of this 10-acre Northwest Industrial Pin Corner at Industrial Boulevard and Industrial Court West. We have owned this site for 37 years. The reason it has not already been developed is because it is soil challenged, like a lot of the other sites in the West Side Industrial Park. Over the years, we have had numerous industrial building projects pass on the site after having geotech studies conducted. The construction of a building requires either hauling in and placing 6 to 8 feet of good compactable soil over the entire building footprint, or installing a network of expensive piers and pilings to support the foundation. To date, no one has been willing to take on that expense. Consequently, we feel the highest and best use for the site is for some type of outdoor storage, equipment storage, or a truck and trailer parking facility. Preparing the site for surface parking is doable with adequate amounts of stabilizing aggregate and paving. This type of use will fit well in the industrial district. Mr. Alou's total projected investment of between $2 and $3 million will allow the site to reach its full economic potential by providing much-needed parking facilities, as well as increasing the value of the property for the local taxing jurisdictions. Traffic should not be materially impacted, as the equipment storage is intended to be parked for days, weeks, or months at a time. I respectfully ask that you approve Dr. Alou's application for a special use exception to allow for his planned long-term truck trailer parking facility. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
All right, thank you. Sir? Marshall?
Hello, City Council. My name is Marshall Phipps. I live at 79 Brookside Court. I do like to speak out in favor of this project, primarily because it will help with semi-traffic. I work night security at a logistics center in in Temple, and every now and then I'll have truck drivers from Villa Rica or other parts of the West Georgia area who wants to try to park on the lot of where I work at. And my job is to keep non-company trucks from there, and some truck drivers will give me grief about, wanting to park elsewhere. I tell them, hey, you need to park at this truck stop across from the road. Like, no, we're not going to do that. And so we sort of are a stalemate. They sort of have to park down there. If there's any possibility that can help, make my job a little bit easier, that'd be appreciated. But also to help alleviate semi-congestion around Brookside and the downtown area. I know there's been some problems with semis parking on the Walmart parking lots. I know there's been problems with them parking on Ingles parking lots. I know some of them have been parking on where the future Little Caesars pizza place is going to be constructed. And I also know some semi-drivers do like to park on the on-ramps and the off-ramps of the I-20. I mean, I almost collided with a semi that pulled on from me at the last minute, breaking out of the conga line, so to speak. And if this could help alleviate the issue, I'm all in favor of it. My only question for the developer is if there's going to be some sort of adjacent sidewalk connected to this lot for pedestrian traffic. I've had a couple of close calls myself. If there is one, I'm also in favor of that as well. I just want to make a quick comment on that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Marshall. Okay, anybody else?
Janet Heilman, 44 Maple Valley Drive. I guess I'm not really clear on this project. They said it's just for storage, and I want to make sure that it is in fact just storage and not, the truck drivers parking there and then, and then needing bathroom facilities and, bathing and things like that. And then I'm not clear on if they store it there, then I guess they get picked up by other people, or I guess I don't understand that part. And then does this include RV vehicles as well, or just trailers and, like tractor trailers, or what kind of, automobiles? But I would not want it to be, kind of like a trailer park where people are spending the night there, starting a little community type thing. Thank you.
Listen, we all share that that sentiment. All right, is there anybody else here who would like to speak for or against this special use exception permit? Okay, seeing none, I will close the public hearing portion of this meeting, and I'll revert back to staff. So staff, let me, Ron, I'm calling you staff. See, it's getting late. It's 9:22. You are staff, but it's not your name. Okay, would you address Ms. Heilman's two questions? I think those are relevant. She asked about whether or not RVs will be allowed to park here, and she asked about whether or not there would be any need or plan to have facilities there to accommodate more than just the trailers and the trucks.
Unless the city council was to specifically prohibit RVs, our current code does allow for RVs and for places, of course, to store RVs if that's the main business is outdoor storage. So there wouldn't be any I guess, code section against RVs being able to park on the property if this was to be approved tonight.
All right, well, let's go back to tell me why staff recommends denial.
Specifically, the traffic is the concern for us. So until because, and I don't know if you can pull that site plan up, Teresa, but we don't know the number. Sure. We don't know the number of parking spaces that is actually being proposed. I haven't actually gotten any of that from the applicant. I see some of the lines that are here, but I don't know if they're entirely representative of what they plan on actually, how many spaces they plan on having out there. So until I can have that in concrete, there's no way we would certainly have a traffic concern for a project like this.
Well, let's go back, because I understood that part of the recommendation for denial was the fact that this was the primary use and that we don't allow that as a primary use.
Right, so they're requesting the special exception in order to make it a primary use. So we don't currently allow for parking in the zone that they're currently in. So this special exception would allow for that, being as
Right,
it's
but you got to get
conditional
past
use.
that first. You got to first get the special exception before you can determine whether or not you're going to have RVs. Because as that being the primary use, if that special exception for this to be the primary use, it has to be granted before we get to any other questions, right?
Correct.
So I can't imagine that any of the rest of that would be pertinent until we first determined whether or not there
Right.
would be a variance, because it's currently the code prohibits this as a primary use. Am I correct? The traffic
correct,
is
as a
not the
conditional
concern
use, yeah.
until you first got to get past that part. Mr. Moptahan.
Maybe Ron, could you kind of, because I know, we have zonings, we have variances, we have special exceptions, also known as conditional use permits. Can you kind of explain what the difference between these three things are and what, as a council, we have to consider when evaluating these applications? Because we don't really get special exceptions very often, so.
Yeah. So a rezoning application is when you were to go from one zoning classification or character area to another one. It could be for the purpose of uses, it could be for the purpose of setbacks, et cetera, in order to make a project work. And so the applicant would come to the city council to get a rezoning that would turn or change that classification over. A variance would be if there's a section of the code that the applicant cannot meet typically after the rezoning process, but it's not tied to a rezoning process at all. It's a separate process altogether. And the variance would be voted upon by the city council to grant them specific relief from that part of the ordinance. And the special exception, like what we have tonight, is a use that has been, as I like to describe it, pre-screened essentially by the council when they adopted the ordinance. And they decided at that time that an additional public hearing would be required for these types of uses, just simply by the nature of the use that would be a part of these special exceptions. So, do you want me to go on for what this council looks at?
Well, I was going to say, so basically in this situation, this truck parking is permissible in I-2, like the underlying zoning is permissible, except that this requires this additional layer. So if you out and you buy a piece of property and it's residential but it requires a special exception for some particular kind of house you want to build, then you have to come back for council. And that's what we're here for,
correct.
right?
Yes.
So I think, so our considerations of that differ than a regular zoning how? I mean, just what are we looking for, I guess?
We're looking for noise, glare, if I recall correctly, anything that could possibly be a public health, safety, or welfare concern.
Okay, and so I guess my question then on this one is, well, I thought I had my question, but do we have? I think your position is that, so because of the traffic, or the staff's position is that because of the increased amount of traffic, that would be an issue for the health, safety, and welfare generally of the community. And that's why you're recommending denial.
Right, because of we didn't have the information for how many spaces that we actually have, so we're erring on the side of caution of additional traffic. There's at least 100 truck parking spaces on that site plan.
Okay.
Well, why are we talking, I mean, since they're asking for trucks and tractor trailers, why are we talking about RVs?
Well, this isn't really about RVs.
It was just a question from.
It
It was just a question from the
This
public.
is about the trucks and the trailers, right?
It is, yeah. So the effect of tonight's action would be, if this was approved, it would be for specifically a truck parking lot.
No RV.
Well, RVs in our code is already permitted, to be stored on any site that has outdoor storage in in an industrial zone. Storage in an industrial zone is permitted.
Right, so that's where, because an RV can, this is already I-2, so an RV can do that. What the special exception is necessary for is for the trucks and the
Correct.
trailers.
Yes.
Right, it's already permissible, RV parking is already permissible in I-2.
It's a separate.
They don't
yeah.
need our permission, additional permission for that.
They're not interested in having RV parking.
Okay.
So if you got to, you could add, that's good, one of those things you could add if you got around to that. Okay. Anybody else have any questions? Are you finished?
Well, I had a question that might be more appropriate for, I could probably
the
go after,
applicant?
yeah.
Let me see if there's anything else for staff. Anybody? All right, we'll let the applicant come back up for a quick question.
All right, so Doctor, I guess I'm hearing kind of conflicting motivations here, or reasonings or rationales for this application. In your presentation, you stated that one of the reasons we needed this, or this is a good idea, would be because we have trucks parking on the on-ramps, trucks parking in, I think someone said the Dairy Queen part, or the, not Dairy Queen, but the Little Caesars, and some other areas. However, at the same time, I thought I heard you state that people would be parked here, or trucks would be parked here for up to 30 days. So typically when we encounter these trucks on the on-ramps and these other kind of, or the Walmart parking lot, et cetera, those truckers are just staying overnight, or they're staying for a short period of time. So I'm not seeing how the rationale that we're going to be pulling these trucks in these other areas, because they're all going to be here, how that flows, or how that makes sense.
Yeah. So in my presentation, I did not mention, pulling trucks from the off ramps. That's not our intention here. Our intention is for the long park. It's the other guy that support my, application that mentioned that.
Okay.
So our intention is long time truck parking, and that's just because the staff raised issue also regarding the traffic on the West Coast Boulevard and traffic on the SR 101. So
Okay, if I may interrupt you, I apologize. So in your application, in the paragraph, it says specific special exception proposal. It says the development will also provide safe alternatives to the commercial traffic in the area versus parking on the on-off ramps in the area or idling on the side of the road, making the area's roadways safer for truck drivers as well as passenger vehicles. So your presentation does state that in writing here.
Yeah. So we've actually amended the application. It's one of my representatives that submitted the application on my behalf, and we made it note around that we're not doing that, and twice we've sent email to Ron to amend that, and it's one of my representatives that sent that application in.
Okay.
But we've amended that. We're doing a long time truck parking.
How would you stop one that's rather than parking and idling if they decide to pull in there? How are you going to regulate that?
So we have, it's going to be gated and control access. So, and also fence, it's not just going to be allowed.
Okay.
And possibly we might lease it to a trucking company. That's, yeah.
Okay, is there any other?
Well, I had a question for staff in light of his
All right,
statement,
anybody
but-
else for the applicant? For the applicant? All right, Ms. McCoy.
So, I guess my question is this: after listening to everybody, what scenario do people park for 30 days plus?
People that store trailer, and there are people that also do monthly leasing, for truck parking. There's several companies out there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not abnormal.
No, it's not.
Okay.
I mean, during off season, we have trucker that park for the whole of the summer, at least
Okay.
6 months off season.
Okay.
And there are trucks and trailers sitting down.
Okay.
And Saddle Creek down the street has hundreds of trailers that they have excess trailers that they need a place to park.
Oh, okay. So, okay, that's another you brought up a good point. So when you say it's just the trailer part, it's not the truck part that's gonna be parked, or is it the whole thing?
We're requesting for both,
Okay.
because it's semantic, tractor attached to the trailer.
Okay.
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay.
All right, anybody else for the applicant? All right, let's move back to staff. Thank you, sir. All right, anybody for staff?
So Ron, I think you probably know what I'm going to ask you. Is that what he represented to you, or what he represented to us about amending his application, correct?
So, Dr. Alu did amend his application. However, he has not given us reasons as to why he's asking for this relief. If you read my staff reports, I was relying on exactly the same thing that you pointed out to us, what was in writing.
Right. I mean, this is prepared June 30th, so this is 2 weeks ago. And you put that in your staff report, exactly. So so since then, was there anything?
Not within 2 weeks ago. The applicant did send me an email within the past day or so, trying to clarify their application, but of course it wasn't like a new application or a change to their application or what they were actually applying for. And so the applicant did do a good job explaining exactly what that was. It was a two-liner kind of email. I can actually read that to you if you like. Okay. Dr. Alu. You got it here? Oh, great, thank you. Appreciate it. This was written on July 10th. That was yesterday at 3:22 p.m. Hello, Ron. So sorry for the confusion. Just to clarify our application to the city for the special use exception, we are seeking the special use exception to allow truck/trailer parking in an industrial zone. This will be a gated property that will allow only long-term truck trailer parking. This facility will be gated, lighted with camera, video, and possibly leased to a trucking company. We are not doing daily, overnight, weekly, or allowing off-ramp truck parking. Traffic on SR 101 and Industrial Court West should see minimal impact. At your work session meeting, blah, 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 can you give this to the city council? So.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Which is not an amendment to the application. Okay, so does anybody have any other questions for staff? Okay, if there are none, is there anyone who wishes to be, did you say something? Okay, anyone wish to be recognized for a motion?
I make a motion.
All right, Mr. Montahan.
I move to deny the requested special exception use permit for a public or private parking lot as primary use at the above cited location.
All right, I have a motion from Mr. Montahan. I don't have the motion before me, so, but it is a motion to deny. As stated, is there a second?
Second.
There's a second from Mr. Carter. Is there any further discussion? All right, I'm going to call the question. All in favor of the motion? All opposed to the motion? All right, the motion to deny will pass 3-1. All right, thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to B7, RA-03-23, East Wilson Street rezoning from CMU, which is commercial mixed use, to R2. This item also has a public hearing. Ron, please introduce the item.
Yes, Marlon and Tasha Wells, the applicant, is seeking a rezoning from commercial mixed-use CMU to single-family urban R2 in order to construct 2 single-family homes on the lots on the corner of East Wilson Street and Thomas Dorsey Drive. The applicant is looking to turn these and reorientate these lots towards Thomas Dorsey, so the houses would actually face Thomas Dorsey. So the Planning Commission did recommend vote of 5-0 of approval with no conditions, and the staff has recommended approval as well.
Okay, this I think got some discussion in work session today. I think we can move pretty quickly. Is the applicant here?
Marlon, Tasha? No, I didn't see them tonight.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's a little unusual. Let me do a public hearing on this item. Is there anybody here who would like to speak for or against this item? Okay. I'm going to revert back to council. Ron has just explained what this is. We all heard a little bit about it in work session today. Is there any questions from council to staff? If there are none, who would like to be recognized for a motion? Mr. Carter.
I'll move to approve the rezoning request from Marilyn and Tasha Wells for rezoning from CMU to R2 as presented.
Second.
I have a motion from Mr. Carter to approve the rezoning from CMU to R2 and a second from Ms. Marchman. Is there any further discussion? I'm going to call the question. All in favor? All right, that is unanimous. All right, thank you. Let's move on to B8, VA-05-23, 384 Mirror Lake Boulevard, variance to reduce side yard setback. This item also has a public hearing. Ron, please introduce this item.
Yeah, so this is an application from Fuqua Development for one of their out parcels, which is Mavis Tires and Brakes Auto Repair Service. They're looking to get relief from the side yard setback, which is currently required to be 30 feet, and they're proposing 10 feet. So the staff is recommending approval of this variance.
Okay, are there any questions for Ron, for staff? If not, is the applicant here?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Applicant, come up. Let me get you to introduce yourself.
Mr. Mayor and Council, my name is Nate Fuss. I'm with Bowler Engineering, and our address is 211 Perimeter Center Parkway, Northeast.
Okay, I'll recognize you for a presentation.
So I'm with Bowler Engineering. I'm representing Mavis Tire, not the developer. Fuqua is the developer, but Mavis Tire will be the end user here. We're developing a 6,500 square foot, 8-bay, minor auto repair building. This store will employ 7 to 10 people. They're open Monday to Friday from 8 to 6, and Saturday and Sunday as well. They do, like I said, they do minor auto work, tires mainly. They don't do any heavy engine work or body work. They do oil changes as well, state vehicle inspections as well. And as you can see on the site plan there, we are asking for a reduction from the 30-foot setback on the southern side only. We don't need it on the top side, from 30 feet to 10 feet.
Okay, from 30 feet to 10 feet. What are the hours on Saturday and Sunday?
Saturday is 8 to 5 and Sunday is 9 to 5.
Okay, I think when you're asking for a reduction in the setback, that the hours of operation are significant. So, is there any questions for the applicant? Anybody? All right, I'm going to do a public hearing. If you will step to the side. Is there anybody here who would like to speak for or against this variance? Okay. I'll close the public hearing. I'll revert back to staff. Ron? All right, council, does anyone have any questions for Ron? If not, who would like to be recognized for a motion?
I can be recognized.
All right, Mr. Montahan.
I move to approve the requested variance from Table 5.4 Non-Residential Design Standards by Fuqua BCDC Villa Rica Project Owner LLC for a reduced side yard setback of 10 feet as presented.
Second.
All right, have a motion from Mr. Montahan as stated. A second from Mr. Carter. Is there any further discussion? Call the question. All in favor? All opposed? I believe that must have been unanimous. I must have missed somebody's hand.
I did.
Did you do this?
I did.
I feel like you just waved.
Miss Leslie.
Woo. All right. Okay, thank you, sir. Congratulations, if that's what the appropriate word is. All right, let's move on to B9, ALT-01-22, Liberty Point Subdivision, alteration to PUD and adoption of a new concept plan. This item also has a public hearing. Ron, please introduce this item.
All right, so this item is an application from Liberty Custom Homes LLC to alter the existing plan unit development that was initially started back in 2006 for the Liberty Point subdivision located on Connors Road. And they are looking to have a new concept plan adopted tonight as well. And so we had some discussion about this at the work session, but essentially the Planning Commission is looking to, or they were recommending to vote 5-0 to approve with conditions this new concept plan and alteration of the subdivision with one condition, which is the staff recommended condition, which says the alteration shall be binding upon a fully executed revised development agreement that is to be submitted along with the final plat application. The attached master plan document shall regulate the conclusion of the development. So just for a little bit of background, the site has 5 total phases. The first 4 have been completed with housing. However, the last phase, the developer is looking to get 37 homes. So the staff has recommended a master plan document that has been attached to your packets, and we are looking to have that document itself, regulate, this development moving forward to address some of the deficiencies in the subdivision, address the DRI conditions that the state or the regional commission had at the time, and it would address a lot of the issues as far as plantings in the front of the subdivision, some of the amenities related issues, et cetera. So the applicant is here tonight, and he can speak on his own application. But the staff's recommendation is approval with conditions, and just that one condition.
Okay. Is there any questions for staff before I bring up the applicant? All right, the applicant is here.
Yes, sir.
All right. The applicant come forward. Oh, it's Joe Fowler.
I thought I might need to shave before coming up again.
Yeah, you might. You might.
Let me introduce
I need to
Robbie.
shave, and I shaved before I got here. We've been here a while.
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Let me introduce Robbie Robinson, who's here, and then John Bass, who's the engineer on this project.
Okay.
This all began back.
Let me get you to get a little closer to the mic.
Yes, sir. Pardon me. This all began back in February of 2022, when the construction plan approval was sought from the city for Phase 5 only. It was submitted to the staff. It was granted preliminary approval according to Mr. Elliott. But then he made this note that there is a zoning issue that needs to be addressed. What he had indicated at that time, and what I've come to learn more fully, was that because of the city's acquisition of the 156 acres for the park, the city wanted at that point to sort of retroactively restructure the PUD. I will note that phases 2, 3, and 4 had been approved, had been given final plat approval, so that everything that had been initially required was either done or overlooked by the city in its enforcement of the final plat approval. At this particular point, the applicant, Mr. Robinson, agrees to the conditions that were set forth in the proposal made on May the 10th, and you may have a copy of this. It would probably be in black type only, but I've revised it with red type to indicate those portions of the submission by the city that he disagrees with. And with your permission, Mr. Mayor, I'll go over that just very briefly.
Go ahead.
I will note this, if I also may. After the P&Z hearing, I'd sent a letter to the city attorney and to Ron that said the following. On September the 16th, 2022, Mr. Bass, who's here, the engineer, sent a letter to Ron that stated, "The city has determined that an amendment to the original PUD zoning is necessary to exclude the portion of the property that the city owns." I just mentioned that. And then a further review of that correspondence, and I'm now quoting again, makes clear that the reason for the rezoning was not to give the city occasion to retroactively revise the PUD to require the developer of Unit 5 to cover the cost of approximately $300,000 for upgrades to the subdivision outside of Unit 5, but rather to note that the city had acquired substantial acreage that was removed from the PUD. Now, Mr. Robinson is not the original developer. It happens to have been his son. His son lost Phase 1. It was later acquired by the bank and then picked up and completed by another developer. And there have been other, both builders and developers in that project since then. This is the end of the game. And what is essentially happening retroactively is the applicant before you tonight is being required to fix things that were not required as a part of the original development, or which were overlooked by the staff in its enforcement of what was required. Now, I will, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, go over, beginning on page 2, the responses to these various conditions.
Now, I'm going to obviously permit you to do that, but I'm just going to let you know I don't have whatever document you have. And even if it is in my computer, I said earlier that my computer wasn't working.
Right, then I'll just read it and indicate
Then that'll be
to it.
fine. Go ahead.
I will read the conditions with which we have opposition and explain briefly why. The first is that the city requested that sidewalks be installed on both sides of all internal streets and along Connors Road for the entire frontage of the development. A prior developer, True Southern Investments, previously paid to the city the sum of $12,500 for the future construction by the city of sidewalk striping and directional arrows on Connors Road. What you have before you tonight is a requirement by the city that sidewalks be installed along Connors Road. There were 2 checks. I've provided copies of those to Ron and to the city attorney, one for $10,000 and the other for $2,500, that would pay for the construction of sidewalks. That requirement, though part of the initial development plan for Unit 1, was not enforced when Unit 1 was completed. When Unit 2 came along, Bobby mentioned it to the developer, and the developer said, well, do you want to do it now since we've got a roundabout coming? And he said, no, but pay $10,000 into the sidewalk fund. And that's exactly what happened. And then later, $2,500 was added to that for striping and so forth. We would submit that retroactively requiring the sidewalks to be constructed along Connors Road would be inappropriate in light of the fact compensation has already been paid for that. I'll continue, Mr. Mayor, and just move further. There's a statement farther along down under general provisions that submittal of a site plan by the developer builder which complies with the site plan requirements set forth in the Villa Rica City Ordinance. And I will note that the site plan for Phase 5, as mentioned a second ago, was submitted and approved as early as February 2022, but subject to a correction of the overall plat for the reasons noted. I'd say that to only note that no one has objected to the site plan for Phase 5. The problem now is the developer is being asked to do things that are not in that particular area. Going to the next page, there was a requirement that 2 neighborhood masonry signs be constructed, one at each entrance along Connors. The HOA has recently paid for 1 sign, and a second masonry monument sign of 36 inches square and 6 feet tall will be located at the Brandy Drive entrance. I'm sorry, that's the Brady Drive entrance. Now, with respect to landscaping, there's a note that Section 7.05 of the code must be followed with respect to shrubs per lot and so forth. That requirement is actually imposed upon the builder, not the developer. The builder will site clear the entire property, clear the entire thing of all trees, and then the builder will come in and comply with that. That is a requirement for the builder, not the developer. That comes after the fact. Likewise, there's a requirement that yards be fully sodded. That, again, is a requirement for the builder. Next, there's a requirement that's interesting, and it says no less than 25% of all healthy and mature evergreen deciduous trees that are currently on the site have to be left. But the problem of that is you cannot mass grade a site, which will happen here, and then comply with that particular provision of the code. We ask that not requirement be removed from any approval if that is granted tonight. Then there's a requirement about buffer yards. That again is part of the builder's requirements. And then now finally, the one that perhaps most controversial, there's a requirement under landscaping that a 25-foot landscape buffer shall be installed on Connors Road, Brady Drive, and Enclave Drive along the entrance to the community, along all sections of platted common space and surrounding retention ponds. And that buffer should comply with city regulations. With Mr. Bass's assistance, Mr. Robinson and I again tonight reviewed the original plans on Phase 1, and there was no landscaping requirement as is described here. It was simply not there. There were requirements for plantings by the clubhouse and a few in other areas, but none around the detention pond in Phase 1 or in Phase 2, nothing along Connors Road. And so to require that now is to do this. It's to take a developer who's priced lots, 37 of them, to a buyer to build houses and impose a financial penalty that will exceed what he will get for the sale of those lots. And so what we would respectfully submit, members of the council and Mr. Mayor, is that it's simply inappropriate. As I said in my letter to the city attorney and to Ron, at this juncture, Mr. Robinson believes that requiring Liberty Custom Homes to comply with all the conditions of the master plan submitted to the Planning and Zoning Board on Tuesday, May the 16th, is an unconstitutional extraction and a taking of his property without just compensation. Now, I've been a zoning lawyer for a long time. I've never read that statement into a record before, but that is a problem. And there are issues that many of these persons here tonight would raise with respect to the subdivision. Some of the builders were given COs for housing without trees in the front yard. As I was walking in from the parking lot, one nice lady here said, "We're concerned about our subdivision because nobody put trees in." Well, those houses were CO'd. There are issues with respect to the HOA that is not before the council tonight. There are issues with respect to what was previously approved by the city and final platted and COs granted that are not before the city tonight, and to retroactively require that, we believe, is inappropriate. I'm not sure how you'd like to proceed, Mr. Mayor. Ron has been great to work with, as always, have a great working relationship with him. We just agreed to disagree about these issues. I provided the detailed response to him that provides the color-coded responses to each of those requirements. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Joe, as always. Let me do this. Let me go back to no, let me think about this for a second. I think I want to do a public hearing first because I believe that we're going to get much further into this to this delineated list of stuff that you just came up with. So let me do a public hearing first, and let's move from there. Is there anybody here? And something tells me there is, because this is a big crowd. This is a lot of folks to still be here at 10 o'clock at night, I'm going to tell you right now.
You got that right.
All right. Is there anybody here who would like to speak for or against this application? And to do that, you're going to have to stand up. It's a lot of us. Well, we got to do it one at a time. I'm gonna need you to come over here, give me your name and your address, and I'm gonna give you 3 minutes.
Okay. My name is Petronia Brogdon. I'm a first-time homeowner, and I've been living in the neighborhood for the past 5 years. I thought it was odd that there seemed to be no landscaping and the amenities were unkept, but I attributed to it being a new development that was in the process of improving. Little did I know this neighborhood has been in existence since 2006. It wasn't until we had our first unofficial HOA meeting this past December that I learned that we didn't have an actual board in place to help with further developing the community. I've been paying dues to a random P.O. box since I lived here and have not seen where my money has implemented in regards to the community. Shortly after this unofficial meeting, a board was established, and the only improvement that was made was an actual sign that thanks to the newly created board. I mention this because after 5 years of living in this community, the developer has not done nothing to improve the community, and that he continues to try to make money off of it instead of actually investing. We as homeowners are invested and would like to take pride in the community and that we are raising families in. Robbie has not only undermined the newly created HOA board and the community that resides, but also the city of Villa Rica, as he has not adhered to any of the specifications of the original plan for the development. He continues to shift blame and make excuses. He should not be allowed to continue to pack in more homes with no plan or vision, because he will continue to disregard his responsibilities as a developer. He is only concerned about his bottom line while we are left to live in this mess he has created. He mentioned that the next phase will be all rental homes at the last HOA meeting, that he has already exceeded that amount in the previous homes built, which directly affects us as homeowners. My vote is no unless he improves upon the original plan from phase 1 through 4. With that being said, if a vote is yes with the conditions of improvement of the previous phases, how would he be held accountable by the city to ensure he does this, since he has gotten away with it in the past? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else? Oh, give us your name and
Sure. Okay, hold on. My name is Jasmine, 384 Jada Lane. Okay, good evening. My name is Jasmine. I'm the former secretary for the HOA board for Liberty Point. It's bittersweet for me to say that because I really wanted to continue to serve out my term, but due to issues beyond our control, the board had to cut ties with the declarant/developer. I have been to the last 3 meetings here and each time expressed my concern for our neighborhood. Being on a board or not, I will still continue to do that. Today, I'm representing the Liberty Point homeowners and residents. Many of us are first-time buyers, and unfortunately, after closing, our experience hasn't been the best. It has been stated several times throughout these meetings that the planned unit development for Liberty Point was not followed by the developer. There were supposed to be trees planted in each yard, amongst other things, that were required by the city of Villa Rica. We, the residents, do not care about a proposed 5th phase because it is a sad reminder of the oversight that was taken on our homes while making the new phase meet the standards we were all supposed to have. What we want is to increase the beautification of the neighborhood at the entrance and common areas to replace the trees and shrubs we were all supposed to have. Our neighborhood sticks out, and not in the best way, on Connors Road, and that is in part to the curb appeal. We are in support of the city's recommendations to hold the developer/declarant accountable for these changes. Let me be clear, we want trees and landscaping placed along Connors Road, covering the 2 retention ponds as well as the massive hill. We want a sidewalk in front of our entrance on Connors Road, as it is unsafe when walking a dog or riding a bike. We can't unfortunately get the changes to our homes that were required, but at least those concessions could be made to the front of the neighborhood. We want amenities such as the pool and tennis courts repaired and in working order. We have broken gates, broken nets, and a lackluster pool that we as residents don't have access to as it's deemed closed, but people who don't live in our neighborhood nor pay HOA dues use the pool while we're not allowed. We want the changes, but don't believe we, the homeowner, should be assessed a fee to do so, as proposed to the residents by the declarant/developer. The homeowners purchased 1 subdivision sign, which we really shouldn't have had to do, but if we didn't do it, it wasn't going to happen. Also, I believe it would be in the developer's best interest to make those improvements to the landscaping and amenities, because it will make the new homes they're looking to build in Phase 5 more appealing. That's a win-win for everyone. Otherwise, why wouldn't a prospective buyer just choose to buy a home in the new Connors Landing, where the curb appeal and amenities are already going to be there, while the builders in Liberty Point hope to sell the new homes for practically the same price? That with no curb appeal or working amenities, which makes no sense to me. To wrap it up, it should be the responsibility of the declarant/developer and no one else to make these changes, not using the homeowner's money. It's the city's responsibility to hold the developer/declarant accountable, whether that is 5, 10, or 20 years later. It's the right thing to do. It's also the city's responsibility to serve the community and the residents that don't have the means to compete against big business that have a sole agenda to make money and leave. Thank you.
Come on up. Give us your name and address.
Hi, my name is Tier. Hi, my name is Tier Jackson. I live at 395 Jada Lane. And I just want to say, as a member of this community in Liberty Point, there are just certain expectations that we have when it comes to where we live and where we're raising our children and families. At Liberty Point, some of us, including myself, are first-time home buyers. And so far, living in this community has been daunting, to say the least. All we're asking is that you have the man responsible, the developer, the declarant, to do his job. He has not followed through with any of the city's plans to do what he needs to do, and he's ducked and dodged us as the community when we are asking for proof of anything or to see what he's doing about his improvements. Our landscaping has not been kept up to par. The pool had to be shut down this summer because we couldn't afford the maintenance on it. We just need someone to hear our pleas and have this man be held accountable so we can make improvements before he can make any improvements on the initial or on the phase for phase 5. We just ask that you hear our pleas.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Phyllis Stewart. I'm 398 Jada Lane. I was sitting down because of my granddaughter. So
Sure.
I'm standing before you tonight. As I stated in the last meeting, we really, really love being neighbors. However, we don't like what we're living in. We've made investments. We just ask that these things just be done and in an expeditious manner. I'm going on 2 years now. I purchased the house initially for my 23-year-old daughter so she can have a nice community to live in. She works for the courthouse. Works with the Board of Commissioners, all of that in Douglasville. She's amazing. She was here earlier, but I wanted to address this because her sight of what has been going on, she's actually in school, a one-year master's program, onto her JD because of stuff like this. And I commended her on it because when you have people that say they'll do a thing and they don't hold up their end of the bargain, such as Robbie, he has not held up anything since I've been there. I've been hearing a bunch of things that have not taken place as of today. We are tired. It's been relentless, one thing for sure and two things for certain. He's held up, I would say, falsehood. Because that's what's been presented to us, falsehood. He says one thing, and that means I'm going to fix it, I'm going to do it, but we have to do something in return or our properties are going to go on. What is the term that he used? He's going to put a lien on our homes and things of that nature. It's almost like unto threats. And so I don't like it personally. I don't feel comfortable with living there knowing that these things have not been done because that means a devaluing in our community is taking place. And before we can proceed to something new, to finish out something that is his interest, we have to stay focused on the things that have not been complete. And unfortunately, that's the bulk of this meeting tonight, the bulk of the hearing. We don't mind if things are going to be done and in an expeditious manner. We're tired of hearing the falsehood. And I hate to say the word lies, but they have just been that. It's been a bunch of lies. And I, for one, as a homeowner, to leave my daughter in the subdivision that I thought would have been appropriate, it would have been to par. She's now at 23, first-time home buyer on the deed. She doesn't want to be there. And that's a sad case. I'm done.
All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am. Come on up.
Hello, my name is Robin Philistine. I reside at 306 Freeman Circle. I'm a first-time homeowner in the Liberty Point subdivision. There are plans for a phase 5 in our community that I cannot in good conscience support without changes being made for our current residents. Robbie Robinson has done the homeowners in our community a huge disservice. I have been living here for almost 3 years, and the very first letter of communication I have ever received from him was 2 weeks ago, which was a cryptic letter stating for a new phase, as well as letting us know that he has no responsibility to the changes that the city is asking to be made in our community that he says he is the developer of, but has been collecting HOA dues from homeowners for years. In my 3 years of living here, a financial summary has never been sent to the homeowners to show where our HOA dues are being allocated, or even a receipt sent back after payment has been received. We have homeowners who have been living here longer with no formal HOA developed, lack of organization and communication, but still required to send payments to Mr. Robertson. As homeowners, we should know exactly where our yearly dues that we have to send to a P.O. box address is being spent and how. We have received nothing. I have been here since 2020, and our tennis courts and pool area are run down and not secured for use by our residents only, which we pay for. When I have inquired about the pool safety at the pool, all I have been told is that there is a Ring camera there and to call the police. We also have a clubhouse that no one has access to. We didn't get an actual sign for our community or a property management company until we had our very first HOA board that we voted in December 22, which eventually had to step down from their positions due to the horrible business operations conducted by Mr. Robinson. He claims to care about our community, but his actions have spoken louder than words to many homeowners and myself. He should be made to fix the issues in phase 1 through 4 before continuing to phase 5 because of his failure to do what is right by the current homeowners while collecting yearly dues shouldn't be his gain as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, if there's nobody else, I will close the public hearing and I'll revert back to staff. All right, who's been working with you on this? Is it Kevin?
Yes, sir.
So what I guess I want to look at a couple of things that, let me do this, Ron. Tell me, maybe Ron, before I get into anything else, let me get beyond this. You said that you got this one condition, but you have made it clear to me that it's a big condition. So tell me what that is. I want you to read that out for me.
Yep.
Read that condition to me.
Sure. So the condition here states, the alteration shall be binding upon a fully executed revised development agreement that is to be submitted along with the final plat application. The attached master plan document shall regulate the conclusion of the development.
Okay, so what are all of these items that Joe is reading off to us? Are they not included in there?
So the
think that's
Joe
the-
has responded back to us as of today with this list. It was essentially a rebuttal to the staff's master plan document, this was the second iteration of the master plan document. And so that master plan is what we're primarily basing our recommendation for approval around, as long as that document is included. I did hear some different things from the applicant's attorney in regards to the front of the subdivision to the 20, I believe it was a 25-foot landscaping buffer and a couple other things. The staff stands by their original recommendation and original master plan document.
Okay, and so the recommendation is approval with the conditions, and that's how it came out of P&Z, right?
That is correct.
Unanimously?
Yes, unanimously.
Okay, all right. Council, do you have any questions for Ron?
I do.
All right, Mr. Montahan.
So I guess you recommended approval, which typically an applicant likes to hear approval, but it sounds like the applicant here does not want approval, almost. Or maybe they don't want the conditions. Is that what it is, Ron? What exactly? I mean, it sounds like we're adverse to each other here when otherwise it's different. What happens, I guess, if we deny this? What is the result?
Well, the result would be that the original concept plan from 2006 would still be in effect. He would still be out of compliance with that 2006 plan, and no homes could be constructed in the fifth phase.
Okay. And if we approve it with these conditions, he would have to, he could be able to move forward with his homes, et cetera, but he would have to comply with this master plan document, and that's where their contention is. Is that your understanding?
That is correct. That is my understanding of it.
Okay.
But
Thank
to be
you.
clear, for the record, we are recommending approval of the 37 homes that he has asked us for. We
Okay.
have so I just want to make sure that's on the mic. That's important for us.
Well, it says the PUD alteration request, so that's the 37 homes that he's asked you for?
That's correct. We
Okay.
agree on the 37 homes.
Okay. And that is not phase 5?
That is phase
is
5.
That is phase 5, okay, that is phase 5. Okay, thank you.
All right, anybody else have any questions?
I guess
Mr.
I'm a little
Carter.
confused on this thing too, because does your condition require him to do the things that they're complaining about that need to be done to the subdivision that weren't done?
Yes.
Okay,
It does.
that clears it up.
So let me, but let me go back to this just for a moment, because Mr. Fowler, hang on, what? Okay, hang on just a second. Mr. Fowler, who I probably don't know well enough to just keep calling Joe, although I like him. I like you, Joe. Mr. Fowler, talked about him believing that this was inappropriate, in some ways unfair, because he talked about this really applied to a previous developer and previous builders in some cases in terms of some of the trees. But the applicant here is the declarant, right?
That is correct.
And the declarant, I mean, would assume the
That is correct.
listen, I appreciate that, but I'm gonna need to get through this because I got to go home and go to bed. I'm tired. So, but the point I'm getting at is that he would get both the rights and the privileges that would have been afforded to the original declarant.
That is correct.
Is that a question
yes.
for you, Kevin? Okay, well, you're hidden back there. I can barely see you.
That's our position.
That is our position. Okay, so our position really would be, being you staff, would be that that they are in fact still held to these standards by virtue of the fact that at a minimum, because they are the declarant, they have maintained
That is correct.
that status and hold themselves out to be that.
In addition to the existing development agreement that is on file with the applicant.
Okay, and so that clears that up. That I now understand why this is moving the way it's moving. So, Council, do you have any other questions for either staff or the applicant?
Well,
hold on, Ms. McCoy.
I'm sorry.
All right, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes, all right, Mr. Moptahan.
But I guess the next logical question from that, to address the public comments that we heard this evening, is that the declarant is now trying to put the burden of the cost on complying with the master plan on the residents. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
But as a council, though, that's not really within our gambit.
No.
So
not
we
the
can't, I mean,
financial
we can make
partners.
an approval, we can approve or deny tonight, but we can't control what the declarant developer, how he raises the funds to comply with that. Is that fair?
As far as I know, it is correct, yes.
Step
Okay.
up a little closer, Kevin. When you have something to say, I need to hear you. I believe that's
Okay.
correct, too. So, those are issues that are beyond, as Mr. Fowler said earlier today, that is not before this council tonight. But we can't unhear it, and that's just a fact. But I'm not considering that here in how I'm looking at this anyway. But I just want to make sure that when you ask a legal question, one of these gentlemen respond for the city. Are you
Who, me?
No. Mr. Montana, are you
No,
done?
I mean, I just wanted to kind of make sure that was kind of out there because I sympathize with all these folks. But,
Right.
if we're going to prove this to get the better development that I believe they're all seeking, I then can't say, well, I don't have any control over, we don't have any control over how the developer then raises the funds to comply with what our decision is tonight.
Right, and I would hope
So-
that the public understood that. Anybody else want to be recognized? Ms. McCoy?
Okay, so what's the procedure if we deny this tonight? The Phase 5 is not built, correct?
That is correct.
And how long would they have to wait to reapply?
I want to leave that to Kevin. 1 year? 1 year.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Marchman?
Okay, with the redistricting of the wards, you all in my ward. So I can't very well vote to do this. If they are in this kind of shape, and if nothing is being done to correct it, to do what they were promised that they would get when they bought in this development. So I can't really, like I said, we voting on one thing, but I feel them, so I'll have to, they are in my ward, so I'm representing them. So I got to hear something better than what I'm hearing in order for me to vote for it.
Okay, all right, do you have anything else? Sure, all right, would the applicant like to come up again? Yes. All right, Ms. McCoy?
So basically, because y'all weren't held accountable before, you're saying it's precedent not to be held accountable again?
It's different organizations.
Okay, but you said it was his son.
It was his son, but it's a different organization.
How is that a different organization?
Well, that's.
I mean, I get
All right, one
I
at a
get
time.
an LLC and a different tax ID number, but, I mean, if his son, not to be morbid, but if his son dies, wouldn't it go to him?
Well, the project died, and it went to.
No, I mean like the person.
Yes, but.
Okay, so
His son
how is
will-
this different?
Hang on, folks, we got to do this one at a time.
Excuse me.
All right, let's get a question and then an answer. All right, Ms.
How,
McCoy?
I mean, it's within the same family. How many developers were from 2006 to now? How many times
There
has
was
it changed?
Multiple different organizations.
How many?
4 different organizations that developed in this subdivision.
How many different builders?
The original, multiple different builders.
Okay.
And Robbie can answer that. But my point was, the original developer lost it. The declarant is in fact here, and if the will of the council is to approve the construction plans for Phase 5, which technically have already been reviewed by Bobby and found to be okay. If the question then becomes, what will you make the declarant do? What is the burden of the council that the declarant should do? And if you look back at what was originally approved by the city council and the staff, what you'll see is it includes none of what you're being asked to approve tonight. For example, I mentioned the shrubbery all along Connors Road. It's not in Phase 1, nor 2, nor 3, nor 4, nor 5. If the will of the council is to approve the construction plans and make the declarant come to the table with these things that should have been done, then we can have that discussion, but it's certainly not in the document you have before you. What really needs to happen to correct the PUD, because of the elimination of 700 houses, down from 200 acres to 46 acres, you should adopt this side of what Ron has prepared. And then there should be a discussion with staff and the applicant to look unit by unit at what the city approved, and we'll do that. But it doesn't include what's been set before you tonight. Now,
Can I ask
Yeah.
a question there?
Yes, sir.
Haven't those discussions been going on? I mean, haven't we been talking back and forth to try and reach an agreement on what the conditions will be?
We've had a lot of discussions, and they resulted in the staff requiring more than what was ever required in the prior documents. We have retreated back to what the original documents said. And that's where we are.
So let me ask you this.
Okay.
They were talking about, like the pool is not in operation and those things. Now, the things that need fixing to make them, who's responsible for that?
The homeowners association is in conjunction with the declarant, and that is a private cause of action between the declarant and the HOA, but it's not a zoning issue.
But they saying they don't have an HOA, so
All right. Come on.
so who's responsible for it then, if they don't have an HOA? And they were promised that, because I'm quite sure they wouldn't moved over there if they had been promised
ma'am.
those things. So since they moved there thinking that they were gonna get these things, are you saying that you all, and when I say you all, whoever the bill or whoever, they're not responsible for seeing that those things are carried out?
There are things that were requirements that are imposed upon the individual builders. And the HOA has money only because the residents who are in the subdivision put money into the HOA. That ship sailed with respect to trees and individual lots when the prior staff people did not require it to be done. If the HOA wants to put trees in front of everybody's house, the HOA is going to have to pay for it.
So they don't have any money that they put in HOA?
They have money that has been paid and things have been spent from that. Would you
Let
like
me-
to hear from Mr. Robinson?
Folks,
this morning?
I have to ask you again, we've got to stay away from the HOA operations. That's not before us tonight. That is irrelevant to what we are doing tonight. It's perfectly relevant to you folks. I get that. But what we are doing tonight, that is outside the scope of what we can do, or what we're even being asked to do. So, Mr. Macklin, I am trying to wrap my head around what Mr. Fowler is saying, because what he is suggesting here is not what I'm understanding from staff. And maybe Kevin needs to weigh in.
Yeah.
But my understanding is that the original requirements are what we're going off of, and that we pared those down at the staff level based on the reduction in size of the entire footprint of the project. But Mr. Fowler is saying clearly that we're asking for things that were never part of the requirement. Am I missing something?
You're not, and I don't know that to be the case. I don't think that's what we were doing or have been doing.
Okay. So what I think is before the council is to either deny this application here, or to approve it with these conditions, or to approve it with some other conditions or some modified conditions. And so that's where I want to stay, right in that scope. And I want to know, does the council want to hear from either the applicant or staff again?
Mayor, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Would the council or would the mayor entertain a motion to table this to August to give the parties additional 30 days to negotiate a deal between staff and to negotiate this?
Let me say this, and I think that my answer to that would probably be that I'd be amenable to entertaining such a motion. However, I will also reiterate from staff's perspective, as Mr. Mecklin has just pointed out and just confirmed with Mr. Fowler, these discussions have been going on and on and on until they have come to a stalemate, and frankly, they're just not happening anymore. Okay. So that would only be helpful if these folks indicated that that would make a difference, that they would go back and have a discussion with staff in earnest. Would that be something that you'd be interested in, Mr. Fowler?
Mr. Robinson can speak to that.
Yeah, I mean, we've been doing this since last February of '22. So, I mean, if you need 30 more days, it's not going to hurt.
We don't need it. I need to know if you're going to go back and negotiate with staff during those 30 days, or if we're just going to blow off another 30 days.
Yeah, we'll be glad to. We've been doing this for forever. So, I mean, we'll be glad to talk with them. But these requirements that he's requiring us to do were never supposed to have been done up front. We haven't not done our job. These people are requiring things that we have no responsibility to.
I heard you say that, and if that's gonna continue to be your position, then we need to take an action
Yes.
here tonight as opposed to
That's
tabling
correct.
it, because it's not gonna do me any good to table it.
That's
I either wanna kill it, or I wanna approve it with some form of conditions. That's the only way I see to move forward. Unless council members see it some other way. All right, does the council, any council members want to hear from either applicant or staff again?
I would like to hear from the staff one more time,
All
just
right,
so I can
staff.
get some clarification.
Come on back up.
All right, Ron, so if we approve this, that is what you would like, that's what staff is recommending us to do, is approve this with the condition that they comply with that master plan,
Yes, sir.
because that is the position that is going to get the best product out of them.
Yes.
Is that your
absolutely.
understanding?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And it is the position of our legal counsel that that is where we should be.
Okay.
It is.
Okay. Or that we are in, whatever the right legal term is. I understand that everything we say is gonna be something.
The original master plan.
Come on a little closer, Kevin.
The original plan required a lot more than what staff's asking for now.
That was my understanding.
It required 2 pools and clubhouses, multiple other amenities that they're not asking for, staff's not asking for as a condition of this. They've scaled all of that back in order to try to get this done.
I
But-
understand that.
And
Mr.
so
Mopton.
obviously we've made that offer that's in the master plan that we proposed to them, and they've continued to reject it, even though we've scaled it back from the original 2006 master plan. Okay.
All right, any other questions for staff? If there are none, who would like to be recognized for a motion?
I'll be honest with you, I don't even know what the best action in this case would be. I really don't. I'm just going to take staff's recommendation because they've told me that that's what's going to get the best product for this development. So I'm going to move to approve the PUD alteration request from Liberty Point Homes LLC with conditions as outlined by staff.
All right, I have a motion from Mr. Montahan to approve the alteration with the
Second.
conditions as outlined by staff. A second from Mr. Carter. Is there any further discussion? I'll call the question. All in favor? How many is that?
That is 2.
All opposed?
Is that a tie? Oh. Hey, you get your chance here.
It ain't my chance. All right, in the case of a tie, the mayor has to break the tie. And I will vote to approve Mr. Montahan's motion. So the motion will carry. All right,
Thank you.
thank you. What do we have next?
I have one added item.
Okay, I am so sorry, Brad, because you had probably an easy one, and you had to wait through everything to get to that.
It's the one that was handed to us.
Yeah, and let me find it here real quick. Do you have it? All right, thank you. All right, folks. Let me get through one more. All right, this is the final plat for Rivershire Place Phase 1. Do we have this supporting document? We'll take a little break and let these folks get out.
We have nothing but that piece of paper.
Have 2 more items? Oh, okay.
Something for the town barber.
No, it's for the,
Um,
no, it's for the parks thing, isn't it?
This says resolution to authorize the bond attorney to proceed with this.
Oh, okay. Ooh, I'm glad. All right, y'all ready to proceed? Who's doing this one? Tom, are you doing it? This final plat?
Final plat?
All right, go ahead. Final plat for Rivershire Place, Phase 1.
All right, staff, Bobby in particular, but staff is making a recommendation that we approve the final plat for Rivershire Phase 1, which is the townhome development beside the fire station on Industrial Boulevard.
All right, are there any questions for Tom on this item? If there's not, there is a motion in front of you. Who would like to be recognized?
I don't have it, you have it.
Yes, sir. Mr. Carter.
All right. I make a motion that we approve the final plat for Riverside Place Phase 1.
All right, I have a motion from Mr. Carter to approve the final plat for Rivershire Place. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. McCoy. I'm going to call the question. All in favor? That is unanimous. All right, I've got one more item on the agenda. It is for the bonds. Resolution to authorize the bond attorney to proceed with the issuance of revenue bonds. Mr. Barber.
So now that we have approved the zoning of note, what would have been note 5 in the TAD, I believe that we have a reason to move ahead with the bond issuance. So staff's recommendation is to authorize the bond attorney to get going.
Okay. Is there any questions for Tom on this item with regard to the bond issuance? All right. Is there a motion?
I move to adopt the resolution and authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute the documents as needed.
You got to wait until I recognize you.
Okay.
I'll second.
I'll recognize Mr. Montahan for a motion.
Stated, restated.
Read it again.
I don't remember where it went now.
Too late.
I make a motion to adopt the resolution, authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute the documents as needed.
Second.
All right. And I have a second from Mr. Carter. Is there any further discussion? I'll call the question. All in favor? All opposed? All right. That'll pass unanimously.
I make a motion to adjourn.
You need to wait until you are recognized. I'm not done yet. I've got a speech to make. Just kidding. I'm not going to. It's 10:35. I have a motion from Mr. Montahan to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second from Ms. Marchman.